Hello, folks. How are you doing tonight? So it is tier list day. Okay, a little bit of context, I guess. We're not doing art today. Who signed up for that? We are doing a little extra stream because you guys unlocked this with your subs. I put a little how do you call it, sub goal. If we got to 60 subs, we would do a tier list of all my creatures, and we just got there yesterday, in a big part thanks to a very generous donation, gift sub of 10, I think it was, something crazy like that. So yeah, we got to 60 and we're doing a little tier list. So just a little offbeat stream for today. Welcome everybody. How are you doing? Genji, Smectal, Sora, who else is here? Yonai, Silverwitch. Welcome, folks. Smectal makes some teenagers cry. Heartwarming. And talking about heartwarming, I just made an NFT guy deleted tweet. I was talking about it in chat in the chat as the timer was going on, but let me show you, because that was a fun little moment. So I'll show you right now. This is not it. So I was checking out the replies to this tweet, or my notifications, and this tweet was deleted by the tweet author. But we can check their Twitter. They're blocked right now because they earned themselves a block by being annoying. And look at this. All the replies are him telling people, or yep, essentially he's trying to reply to every horror artist with this shitty NFT collection or whatever it is. I mean, it's not bad art. Sadly, it is an NFT though. So he was trying to sell that under my tweet, and I was like, easy way of earning you a block, and he deleted it. So he earned it. I'm not unblocking the guy though. And you know, the fun thing about what they call the NFT space is like 99% bots, if you didn't know. If you say the word NFT on Twitter, you will get a like from a shitty NFT, which is now blocked as well, because I saw that they had like this. Yeah, you'll get yourself likes from whatever shitty NFT people with a verified mark. And you know how they get these amount of followers and verified marks? It's not because they earned it. They buy dead accounts. That's the thing. They either buy or hack verified accounts, or accounts with large follower numbers that have been inactive for years. They go in there, they they either hack it or buy it, because some of these are for sale, and they change the name and they pretend all these followers are real. Obviously they aren't, and it's all the in general, you'll see a ton of engagement and likes and retweets in NFT stuff. It is all bots. Like, there's actually a very small number of people interested in NFTs, which just makes the whole thing even scummier and even funnier. Capitalist necromancy. Hey Sora. No, we were just messing around with an NFT guy, but this did very well, as you can see. Okay, so what we're doing today is inspired by Michael Ramstead. If you don't know Michael, go give him a follow. He's an amazing artist. I will post a link in the chat for you guys to follow him. He combines this, I guess children's book type of illustration with horror, and just, I don't know, the combination of those two things makes for some really fun art. So go follow Michael. And he had this idea, right? The tier list going from 100% friend to run, basically. My camera is hold on, let me hide the camera. We'll be using more or less the same tiers but we'll be rephrasing it a little bit. What I do want to have is a 100% friend on one side, and a run to the other side, and then an unknowable, unpredictable, I'm calling it an inscrutable tier, which is going to be in the middle. So we'll just do all the middle tiers. We'll fill them up right now. Hey, I'm back. So here's the deal. Go to the main view. Let me actually put it a little bit here so you guys can see the tiers, because we gotta take care of that today. And I have those 3 tiers. I have them on here, going from 100% friend to inscrutable to run. I'm actually gonna make the inscrutable one gray, for example. Why not? Since it's like the odd one out. Inscrutable means you can't, like, unknowable, essentially. What did the grifter write? No, it was just a quote retweet to his whatever NFT he was selling. Doesn't matter much, to be honest. He was just a grifter. Also, this today's stream is just for us, just for the Twitch people. I'm not gonna publicize this one on Twitter. So we're in small committee here. It's an exclusive stream, let's say, well, quote unquote. Also, this time I do have a glass of milk with honey. As weird as that sounds, it's because I still got a sore throat and this stupid persistent cough after being sick a couple weeks ago. So yeah, just in case I get hit with the persistent cough, got something nice to soothe that. Okay, so I tried to make it, just to make everything a bit faster, we're going to be putting the characters in here, and if all goes well, it'll directly generate the images in a folder through an automated process, and we can just drop them in there. That makes sense. Not COVID, I actually don't know. It might have been COVID, sadly, because they don't test us anymore. Well, people started pretending COVID doesn't exist, and they only test you if you're like over 60 or you have a really bad case or something, or you work at the hospital. But not either of those. I just had a mild case. Could have been COVID. Well, you know, COVID's still going around, of course, here and everywhere. It's of course not the concern it was before. Like the hospital is holding up, but yeah, still running around and still kind of easy to get it. So it could have been, especially because my partner works at a hospital. So and she got just a very, very mild case, but she felt a bit sick before I did. So I'm thinking that was a chain. Whatever it was, it came from the hospital. It could have also been any regular flu as well, because I haven't caught the flu in a few years, so it could be the summer flu. So I don't know. I did do a test, one of the antigen tests. It did come out negative, but the antigen tests have a really high negative, like false negative rate, so it could still be COVID for all I know. So obviously you gotta take precautions. I haven't been going to any like interior places and kept my mask every time I went out, but that's all I've done. And while I was like sicker, I was staying at home. But right now I just got this like persistent cough. That's the only thing that's left. So I'm thinking it's like the bad stuff is over. I just got this little leftover thing. But yeah, I did get the home test, but it was antigen. So I don't trust it 100%, even though it told me it's not, but yeah, it's antigen. But yeah, it's just this silly sore throat and cough, you know, kind of cycle where you cough and it gets your throat sore, makes you cough again, that kind of stuff. You got pink eye, that's conjunctivitis, I think. I don't know what pink eye is exactly. But yeah, let's get started with the tier lists. Now that people are coming in, if you missed the explanation at the beginning, thank you, Cultist. If you missed the explanation at the beginning, we reached 60 subscribers, and the goal that's the goal that we had set up for the month, and by reaching that, we unlock this extra little stream. So we got the tier lists here more or less ready. We just have to make the extra tier, like the middle tiers. So I'm thinking going from 100% friend, let's just copy that so we can write on it, to friendly but mischievous. I think I wrote that well, but let me know if I didn't. Also, I'm making this in Photoshop. I know there are online tier makers, but I'm more comfortable with Photoshop. It's a bit faster for me. Yeah, it's really easy to get conjunctivitis from one eye to the other. It's very annoying if you know, it's very easy to just, you know, scratch an eye and then you scratch the other for any reason, or you touch it and boom. Yeah, it's silly, but it happens. Especially, depends on the types of conjunctivitis. If it's a viral one, it's super easy to get it from one to the other, especially. Okay, friend, 100% friend, friendly but mischievous, approach with caution, maybe. Approach with caution. There we go. Hey, Jesus. Oh, Jesus is, yeah, Jesus gifted all the subs that got us to make this extra stream. So thank you, Jesus. So from 100% friendly but mischievous, maybe approach with caution should be here, like in the danger zone. There's like the friendly zone, there's a danger zone. And in the danger zone, I think maybe give a wide berth or something like that. Okay, we're just missing one tier here in the friendly, but not like super friendly zone. Let's see what Michael did here. Michael did 100% friend, friendly but mischievous. We also got that one. Dangerous but could be made a friend. Let's do that. Cool. Follow around and find out. I like that. Friendly but mischievous is goblin. Yeah. Yeah, I like. It should be fuck around and find out. Can be befriended. It's gonna have to be a bit smaller. There we go. There we go. Nice. I think we got our tiers here. Oh my god. I love Jesus going, I'm going to do a skull epic gamer moment. Thank you so much. Oh my god, that's super generous. 20. That's absolutely insane. For the love of cryptids. Wow. Well, you guys, everyone here, enjoy That's exactly as much people as are in the stream, without considering that some are already subbed. But I think everyone here in stream might have been given a sub, or I don't know how those are chosen. Well, in any case, anyone who got a sub, congrats, you're lucky. Alright, I think it might choose randomly then. It might choose from people who have been here recently. Because, you know, it also got Zane, who was here a few streams ago. So it might choose randomly, not from the people who are on stream right now. Random followers of the channel. But all of these have been people who have been active lately. So it must, like, give preference to that, I'd assume. Twitch is the real inscrutable one. Okay, we got our tiers ready, and with that super generous gift sub, let's get started, I think. And we are gonna do this in reverse chronological order, so I don't know if that's reverse. Well, starting with the oldest stuff I've done to the newest. So we are going all the way back to my very first horror edits. This boy here is not only the first part of Megalomorpha, this is the very first horror edit I've ever done. So this is just a strange cocoon that you can't understand. That's a cool thing, we can just put it here. Okay, I think this is the approach with caution tier for sure. Because, you know, it's not something that'll actively harm you, but it eventually will pop out and it might kill you when it does. I would say that's that. Getting punched in the face with nostalgia. I mean, if you were here when this was posted, like if you were following me, you were like, I don't know, the 1% of my followers, so real OG if you were actually here. Then the first few ones I've done were all Megalomorpha. The second one was actually this one here. If you recall the story for this one, it's a stranded dead Megalomorpha body, or either that or a shedded skin. It's not exactly clear. They actually go out to study it, but before that happens, someone burns it because they believe it's cursed. So it's kind of left unclear. So I think this is our first inscrutable tier. Like, we don't even know what it is. But some people think it's dangerous. And the third one is also Megalomorpha. It's the Expedition. These are the Antarctic Expedition edits. Again, if you were here at that time, real OG. This is the frozen grub. Actually, I should choose the other one. There we go, because we can see it better here. They have cleared up the ice. There we go. Was the one who made it found your account? Really? Interesting. Okay, so this one... Where do we put this? It's definitely like, it's frozen, so it's not actively harmful. It's not a run case. Approach with caution. Like, the thing, if you recall this story, It's about these expedition finding this frozen grub in the ice, and one of the people of the expedition start getting obsessed with it. So they start getting obsessed, and he actually eventually breaks it out of the ice, and we don't see what happens. Like, we don't know if he completely destroyed it while breaking the ice, or if he actually like broke it free and it's still alive somewhere. But the guy who did that like went completely nuts and never really recovered his sanity, you know? So I feel like it's dangerous in a way, but it's kind of approached with caution dangerous. Like, it might make you go crazy, but we don't really know. I think that's where I'd put it. And let's see, what's the next one? I guess the next one I did is Siren Head, but that's Trevor's character, so we're not gonna do Trevor's characters. What's the next one? Okay, so that is the one from the anthropologist in Tanzania, with the group here who kind of communes with the bugs. This one I feel is pretty friendly. It doesn't ever harm anyone. Like, the biggest harm in that story is the protagonist, by being a complete asshole. So I think this is 100% friend. I think this boy doesn't want anything bad to happen. What do you think? I heard anthropology. What's the story? It's one of the Megalomorpha ones as well. Megalomorpha. You will have a link in chat where you can see them all in my website. The way they were written, all the new ones are on top, all the old ones are on the bottom. I would start kind of reading from the bottom, but in any order, the order doesn't really matter. I would just kind of go bottom to top if you want to read them all. That's, I think, the fourth one called, I mean, it's about an anthropologist. They don't really have names or stories. Twitch freaked out on you. Oh no. I feel like, oh, maybe it could be in the dangerous but can be befriended, because the people, like this group of people, they befriend it, but it could be dangerous. I don't know if this is like a full-on friend. Yeah, I think I'm more comfortable with that tier. But now it's all black and white, because all the first ones I did were black and white. That was my first run into horror. And we're still in black and white for a little while. Or no, actually no. Next one we have is the mosaic. This here is about a mosaic found under a building in Italy. And it's another Megalomorpha. And this one, I mean, I don't know if I would even put it in the tier list, because this is the only piece of evidence. We only know that it's a huge wasp that's big enough to just eat an antelope. So, I mean, I would go towards run for this one. Like, I would not mess around with this Megalomorpha. It has a huge stinger too, like, screw that. Putting that in run. It is a Tarantula Hulk Wasp. Yes. Really well spotted. And the next one, oh, that's another run again. The next one is about the how do you call that? Like the submarine expedition into a sunken boat in Russia. And they all literally die, and we only recover their photos. Like the few photos they took after the fact. And this is one of them. That was the creature being awakened. This, again, another megalomorpha. So it's just the most common Australia fauna. So this is another run for me. And how many more megalomorpha do we have? See, the very first thing I did was a lot of megalomorpha. Then I started branching out to other things. Here's a fun one. This here is the man you saw running beside your car when you were a kid. Did any of you guys ever do this? You know, when you were a kid on the bus going to school, you imagine this running man or running character kind of jumping through the poles or the buildings or the trees, that kind of thing. I think like most kids did it. Spider-Man was a very common one, yeah. So this was me at the moment. I guess we're also telling my story with horror art as we do this tier list, because we got in chronological order. As you can see, everything I did previously was in the same story, in the same universe, because I was just trying to explore that. And this was me branching out a little bit. It's a road trip friend, it is. So I think I don't know, where do we put the running man? And I say man in the loosest of terms, because it can be anything. It can even be a bolt of light. So I don't know exactly where this would be put. I think I would put it in inscrutable. What do you think? It's friend? Yeah, I guess it never really does any harm to any of us, does it? But we don't really know what it's doing. Maybe it's just following us. Mischievous friend? Okay, I'm seeing friend as the majority opinion here, and since it's a character that we all kind of saw, I'm taking the audience vote here. I think friend. The running man. First friend of the tier list. Let's see. What's the next one I did? Some of these might be slightly out of order because I just classed them by month. So some of them, since the folders were moved around or modified, I just have like the month they were made, but not a specific day, which is fine. So some of them might be out of order. Next two are actually megalomorpha again. If you remember this one about a circus with the big ants, I think it falls again in the category of it's not actively dangerous, at least within the story. It doesn't do any harm, but it does kind of take over the mind of its trainer and eventually just runs away with him. So I think the biggest damage it causes is economic, because the circus ends up closing down. But it also like breaks the mind of this one guy. Maybe the car drive friends are many and they get born with movement and die when the car stops. Oh no, that's sad. Anything big has the possibility to do harm. Yeah, but this one isn't, at least within its world, within its story, it's never actively harmful to anybody. Because megalomorpha, they're not necessarily harmful. They have, let's say they have other ways of hurting us. Like, and sometimes, like, if you're, let's say, approaching the nest of megalomorpha, which happens in this story, it's approaching, the divers are approaching the eggs, so they get attacked. Like, that's, megalomorpha is obviously going to protect that. But in other cases, they are more useful alive. Like in this case, with the African, it's not tribe, it's I think it's group. It's a technical name for them. With the African group here, we don't know to the extent to which the Megalomorpha is using them, or if it's a more symbiotic relationship between them. It's kind of left unclear. In this case, the Megalomorpha is definitely using the trainer to escape. So, since Megalomorpha are able to kind of take over the minds of people, they can sort of, you know, damage us in that way. So I think this is dangerous but can be befriended, but it's that befriended in the way that they have some use for you in a way. It's dangerous if you have candy, yeah, like you got sugar. Then we got another Megalomorpha, and this will be the last one for a while, because this was the first, like, as I was first starting to do horror, I did a lot of Megalomorpha. I just focused on that for a long time. Then I started branching out from there. So this is a trail cam guy. We don't really know a lot about it. Anything, we just have these two pictures. So I would just class this in inscrutable, to be honest. Use this picture since it's a bit more clear. The symbiote says bug that gets food and shelter. Oh no, the bug does not want to be in the circus. The bug escapes the circus actually. So the circus thing is it's out of its control. If he does like talking biological relationships, it has more of a parasitic relation with a trainer. It's kind of using him. Hey, no, we don't kill bugs with fire here. We love bugs. I think this one falls in inscrutable for sure. And that's the last Megalomorpha for a little while. There's one in the middle now. Now, okay, we have a very fun one. We have the very first in the Fractal series. I think I'm just gonna use one to do the whole Fractal series, because the Fractal series, it doesn't have like several characters and monsters, it just has the Fractal. That's the only thing. So I might use, I don't know, let's say the Fractal Eye, that recent one. Let's use the Fractal Eye as a kind of representative of the Fractal series and go with that. You're late? Not late? Okay, so the Fractal as an antagonist of the Fractal series, it's not a conscious thing. Does it really have an intention? We don't know. But it's definitely like super dangerous. It will fractalize you. The thing is fractalization good or bad? We don't really know. It just turns people into gross things, but is that bad? Is the world post-fractalization going to be better than the world pre-fractalization? We don't know because the series is not done. So I'm kind of leaning towards inscrutable. Like it's impossible to know. We can't decipher its intention, or whether it's good or bad. It is definitely like more of a force of nature than an entity with a consciousness and morality and intentions. It's definitely like closer to a disaster event. So it's definitely dangerous. Like it's, if you don't know where the Fractal series is leading up to, it's definitely going to destroy society as we know it. It's an apocalyptic event that just happens slowly. It slowly takes over the world, and mixed in with our society, it just becomes an apocalyptic event. So, fuck around and find out, you say? Friendly if you get conjunctivitis in 2 hours. I don't know. I'm kind of in between run, like it's an absolute danger and this is destroy society, which is a thing. In between inscrutable, because is it really that bad? Was society that good to begin with? I don't know. What do you guys lean towards? Because we're still going to go in chronological order here, but since the Fractal series is this one thing, this is going to represent the whole of it. It's not really something you can run from. Yeah, it's kind of inevitable in a way. So I'm like super prepared today in case I get the coughs again like yesterday. I got this, but I don't want to finish it yet. I got cough drops too, so I'm gonna get one of those. Mute the mic because it makes a lot of plastic sound. That's not very nice. Okay, we're good. Or like sit down and cry, yeah. It's very good and safe and friend. You should all touch it and join the church. See, that's another take on it, right? You don't necessarily need to run from it. You know what? Let me do something. Let me add a whole different tier. That might be just for this one, but let me just add in. It's gonna copy the run tier here. Okay, we're gonna give it a... What color should we give it? Like still red, but maybe a very deep dark red. And it's gonna be lie down and cry. I think that's the only good tier, like that's the only fair tier we can put the Fractal in. There's nothing you can do, you can't run, you can only lie down and cry. And we might find others to put in this tier, I don't know. We will see, I guess. We have a lot of creatures to go through. So next one is Megalomorpha again. This is one with the shipwreck and the ROV images from that little unmanned submarine. Are these dangerous? I think they're just grubs trying to live. They're not really like actively dangerous, and they're super deep underwater. So they're not really that dangerous, I would say. They're just kind of hanging out, going through the life cycle. They're potentially dangerous because they can turn into adults, which can, you know, mess you up. And we've seen grubs like still take over people's minds, so think it's still potentially dangerous because what it's gonna turn into. But it's definitely not, like, it's next to the other grub, to be honest. Like, we have two grubs here. Two larvae. So, I think it should go next to its brother. Okay, next. Which one is next? We're going into Irivember 2020. So, these ones, I'm just going to put them out of order. These ones are the ones I did, well, for the Irivember challenge in 2020. If you don't know, that's a monthly challenge with prompts, all based in, like, you know, like unexplained phenomena, that kind of thing. Be already inside the fractal thing. Maybe the world is already fractal. Okay, so the first one I have here is the Canada floaters. So this one's here, the Pukasqua floaters, I don't know how to pronounce that, are supposedly like the souls of people who died in the ice that sometimes appear over the ice, kind of floating backwards. It's just a small thing. It doesn't, like, it's a weird effect, but it's nothing actively dangerous, it's just weird. Just put a little crop like this one, where you get a few floating people. Okay. This one is neither friendly nor dangerous. It's kind of in a neutral space. We don't really know what it is. Just a strange apparition. Let's see, I'm not going to include all these ones from Irivember. But we definitely have to include the mycelium infection. I'll put it here. There we go. The mycelium infection. One of my favorites. Which we recently did a sequel to. Mycelium infection is definitely run, get the hell away from there. You are in grave danger if you inhale any of those spores. Right? I don't think there's a discussion to be had here. Just run. Don't turn into a mushroom. Then another one from Irivember about the angel sighting. There's an angel that was sighted, or an image of an angel that was found in a camera left in no man's land after World War I. Some photographer disappeared. This was the only thing left in its camera. Is it a friend? Is it a foe? Like, did it come to save this photographer? Was the photographer just lucky to catch the glimpse of this before just the simple image of the angel in its true form completely, like, vaporized him? Who knows? I would say fuck around and find out. Angels are not, like, friends. They're just messengers. They might try to do something good. They might try to completely destroy you just by showing you their true form. What do you think? And then, okay, then we got a very, very good friend of ours, Hellkite. We got a few pieces to do Hellkite. We got the thermal one, where you can see it doing its camouflage. I think we'll use that. We'll use a thermal one. Spin around and find out. There's a thermal halkite. Okay, halkite is definitely dangerous. It has been known to attack and hunt humans. It's not like creature dangerous, it's like animal dangerous, like, you know, like a bear or something. You can't, it's not like, oh god, it's hunting you, it's gonna kill you. It's like, I think it's the best example of fuck around and find out, like, it's a dangerous animal. And it can also turn pretty much invisible, which is a good point in its favor. Then I guess this is not my creature, but it's a fun edit. It's the one I did for Milkblood. You know, dancing creature designed by Trevor Henderson for a band. And I think just is fun, his little dancing cryptid. Most animals would fall into the fuck around and find out. Well, like big dangerous animals, of course. I want to include this one just so we can put it into friends. He's 100% a friend. He's just dancing around. Maybe a little bit mischievous, but I think we'll lean towards friend. Then should we include this now? Okay, should we include found footage Santa? Because we got 2 pieces for found footage Santa. And let me find the other. I got this one from inside the chimney, which definitely looks scary. The lore behind this is that Santa actually has to break all of its bones. Yeah, because Santa is a creature. Santa has to break all of its bones to fit down the chimney. So if you hear crunching in Christmas night around the chimney, that's why. So Santa creature, I guess it's legally distinct from just Santa, right? Where would he fall? How dangerous could, like, at the end of the day, he will still like give you gifts, but he's still an eldritch creature. Somebody owns Santa? No, but but it's still like a real established creature. But I guess we'll still do folklore stuff, so I guess Santa fits into folklore. I think maybe friendly but mischievous. It had to be legal distinct. I think friendly but mischievous, right? Like he'll give you gifts, but he'll break into your home. Like at the end of the day, that's still illegal in most places. Okay, then we are back to Megalomorpha, and this one is kind of hard to place. It's just statues, so I don't know. It's statues in the codex. I guess just referring to not the statues themselves, because the statues are not dangerous. They're just statues. But referring to what the codex implies, there was this one church in medieval Spain that found a Megalomorpha, thought it was an angel, and started worshipping it. So it's again one of those kind of cult-like stories that happen a lot in Megalomorpha. So we'll use this because I think it's more representative. I don't know. I think it's still approach with caution, because it can wash your brain, but it doesn't necessarily have to be dangerous. He also steals cookies and milk. Yeah, the fiend. Okay, then we have the first of the Scary Furby series, which I guess is a series. This one's just run. I don't think there is any other way to see it, right? This one just is run. Just get out of there. That Furby is very dangerous. Also, I think I could do something to make this a bit quicker. And it's... hold on. Image size. How much is that in pixels? 1000? I think it should be... see here in pixels. Take this. That's bad. That is 517 pixels. As silly as that sounds. Now I will do image size. Pixels 517, right? Okay. Now, hopefully, when I pull them into the document, now the images will definitely be smaller, etc. But when I pull them in here, they will be the right size, I hope. Nope, still doesn't work. Okay. So, guess that failed, but they'll still be a bit smaller. Okay, we're putting that in run. Let's see, what is next? Oh, okay. Next one is the boy, the one and only, the little guy, Mock, mountain creature caught running behind Google car. And let me make a little aside here. If you guys are artists or or writers or want to participate in a little challenge this month, I recommend you check out Marissa's Horror. If you follow her on Twitter, she's fantastic. She's done that. I think she did it again. She did it a couple of years ago. Don't think that happened last year. She's doing Cryptid in July, which is at least a list of prompts based on different cryptids. And you can do a picture, you can do a writing, you can do anything you want, you can do as many as you want. And check this out. Look us here, look us here. The boy, hold on. Mountain creature caught running behind Google car on the 13th. So check it out. I will give you guys the link to, hold on, let me get the real link. There we go. I will put the link in chat to the prompt list, so if you guys want to participate, don't hesitate. So, back to this though. Change the music too. There we go. Okay, so Mock, the one and only. I think we'll do the original image of Mock because that's more fun. Also, if you don't know, Mock is just the abbreviation of mountain creature caught running behind Google car. The first few initials of that make Mock. So. Mog is 100% a friend, isn't he? Look at him go. That's the boy. I guess it's fair to use the original Mog, although we've done a ton of Mog art later, but gotta pay homage to the OG. Okay, let's see what is next. Let's do the Loveland Frogman. This is my little homage to a picture I always found very silly and funny of the Loveland Frogman. It's the one that's on Wikipedia. So I just kind of remade it, and here is just the remade version. I think Loveland Frogman also definitely leans towards friend, right? Maybe mischievous, because he's still like a little guy that runs around. He's been described to have a wand and do magic with it. Just like cause minor mischief. So they've been friendly but mischievous. Or should we put it in 100% friend? What do you think? What do you guys think? Okay, Mactel. Hope I'll see you later, or I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for coming. Thor argues 100% friend, I assume. Yeah, let's leave it here. And oh, that's another fun classic cryptid, Mothman. Where should we put Mothman? The one and only, the boy. Also, here's my lukewarm take, in case anybody wanted to hear it. Mothman is not a moth. Stop drawing Mothman as a moth. Although I'm guilty of that as well, because I like to do the little antennae, but Mothman is a bird. The term Mothman was just made up by the press. So Mothman, here's the thing about Mothman, if you didn't know Mothman lore. Mothman has been sighted in like next to or right before natural disasters or man-made disasters, like a bridge falling down. So we're not really sure if Mothman is just trying to tell us about it happening, like trying to warn us, or if he is causing them in some way or contributing to the cause of these disasters. So it's kind of unclear. I might put Mothman in inscrutable. Some say it's a messenger, like doing good. Some say it's actually causing things. Isn't Loveland Frogman not actually a frogman? I think it's most people have described it as a frogman. So I don't know. If he is this kind of messenger of disasters, then it's 100% friend, right? If he is causing disasters, then it's lie down and cry, possibly. Like it can go to any opposite end of the spectrum. But I think that means it's inscrutable. Until we know its intentions. So if anybody knows Mothman, please let me know. Call me. What else do we have? Okay, this little character design was made just by itself for fun. It's based on, well, it's called the Lamia, based on a Greek myth, I think it's originally Greek, about a man-eating serpent woman. but it doesn't have a lot that much to do with it. It's just a kind of hybrid creature we made up on the spot by using random parts. So it's a snake with, I think the body, it was originally a pig's. The intention was not to make it pig-like, it just happened to be a pig. The back legs are from a deer, the front arms are from a human, and the front fingers are from a bird of prey. I don't recall which one it was. It's an old Mothia DM and ask him. Good, good. You let me know. So this one's definitely, like, since it is based on the Lamia, which is a explicitly dangerous creature, I think it's in the fuck around and find out section. More like dangerous animal than actually a malicious cryptid or malicious creature. And here's another fun one. The California Dark Watchers. We got a black and white and a color version of the same image. We'll go with the color version because we got enough black and white stuff. California Dark Watchers are a piece of folklore that's been it's been there since we don't know how long, since the first, like, it's been described since the first Spanish settlers got to California. But it might have even earlier origins. It might be an inherited story, or it might have been, like, you know, made up by them and continued through there. And it's about these shadow people, usually in heads, that you just watch you from the distance. Usually like in mountains and prairies and like natural spaces. They're just kind of hang out, and if you get too close to them or try to look at them too directly, they just vanish. They just kind of exist in the edge of your vision and kind of look at you, and we don't really know their intention. You just know that you shouldn't really mess with them. It's kind of, you know, a bit mysterious. So-called lore, yeah. So this, just like the all the recent pieces I've been doing, it was a commission of someone from the area that wanted to see their local cryptid represented, and I found out through that commission, I found out about the story of the Dark Watchers. So it was a very fun one to make, just like the ones that we're making right now. And I think I'm gonna put it in Inscrutable. We don't really know what they are, who they are. Like, it's kind of the whole thing is a mystery, isn't it? So I think Inscrutable works. But Blue Blazes, I don't know if you are from California. If you are and you know a bit more about them, feel free to drop some lore and maybe we can reclass them. Then another bit of folklore. This one is a Tariaksuk, which is from Greenland, and in this case, it's about to attack some meddlesome explorers. So it's one of those. It has a very similar story to the Dark Watchers, in that it's kind of the shadow. It's this entire like race of shadow people, or species of shadow people with moose heads or reindeer heads, sorry. And they are supposed to be fairly peaceful, but if you mess with them, which these explorers supposedly did, you find out. So you know what that is? That is fuck around and find out, I would say. And let's see, we got some fractals. That's the next thing I did. So we already covered the fractal in Lie Down and Cry. Next one we did is another bit of folklore. I guess we're in a folklore run right now. This one is some local folklore. It's called La Huestia. And I recently found your stream, so it's convenient that you go through all of them today. Yeah, it's just kind of it's this tier list is a silly excuse to just go back in time and talk about some earlier things I've done. So this is La Huestia. It's local folklore from my home region of Asturias, where I'm not living anymore currently. Sad, because I love it. It's beautiful. Go to Asturias if you ever get the chance. It's amazing. But this is some local folklore. In other parts of Spain, it's called La Santa Compaña, but in Asturias, it's called La Huestia, and it's this host. You can call it. I think you can call it host in English, or procession. I think procession is probably the closest word. A procession of specters, cloaked in white and carrying bones set alight like torches. They'll usually also carry some Christian imagery, like the one in the front will usually carry a cross and some version of the story. But I didn't choose to include the Christian version of it, the Christian parts of it, because it is a story that's older than Christianity, that was just like kind of repainted through Christianity and like adapted to that as Christianity came into the region. But I felt like I'm just going to represent the more neutral, older version of it, because I vibe more with that. And that's what I did. So they're just carrying lit bones here. So the story with them is most people will not see them, but some that were born on specific days or with specific gifts can actually see them. Or if you are fairly close to dying, like if you're gonna die in 1 year, you can actually see them as well. When someone in a village is about to die, they will usually wake up at night, like rise up from the cemetery, go to their house and do a procession like 3 times around their house. They will do that for 7 days, and on the 7th day they will come in carrying a coffin. They will get into the house after doing their procession. They will get the soul of the person in there who just died, and they will leave with it. So it's one of those situations where if you can see them, you're screwed, because that means you're probably gonna die, or you're some kind of special person. And there's another story. There's a million stories about La Huestia, and it's kind of nebulous because in each story it kind of changes what they do. But in one of the stories, you may find yourself leading the procession. One day you wake up, and instead of being in your bed, you are walking, carrying either a bone with a lid of bone or a cross, depending on the version of the story, and leading this procession. If you find yourself in that situation, do not look back and never stop walking. Because if you do either of those things, they get you. So you have to look forward, you have to keep walking and lead this procession. And you have to trick someone else, give them the bone or the cross, and then you're free. That's the only way you'll be free. So your only options are looking back or stopping, in which case they get you, continuing until you die of either exhaustion or hunger or whatever, or tricking someone else into getting there, or in some like there are like other ways of getting, like you have to do a circle with salt in the ground and pray, or find one of these special people that can see them and have them help you. There's like a few, depending on the story, there's a few versions of getting out from that situation, but it's definitely like a very scary situation. So after telling you all that lore, now let's choose where La Huestia goes. The name is La Huestia. I'm gonna write it in chat because it has a umlaut, so it's a bit harder to write. Okay, so La Huestia. It's definitely fuck around and find out, or run. Like, if you see it, it's not actively dangerous to you, it just means you're gonna die. If you find yourself in it, it's not really a run situation, it's like follow the rules and know how to get out of the situation. So I would say fuck around and find out. Like, don't mess with those higher powers or find yourself in that situation and leading the procession. I think it's one of those, you know, don't fall to your hubris. Don't fuck around. That's what I put it. Then we got, we got some more Megalomorpha, but this is that meta story about the person writing Megalomorpha, or kind of naming them and trying to describe them. So it's not really something where you have a creature. Here we have the Angels of Mo. That's a specific story from a battle in World War I, where supposedly angels helped the British retreat and held off the Germans for a while. It's a story that was made up. It's very like kind of interesting or relevant to my art, because it's essentially an early case of what happens when people take my art and post it as real. After this Battle of Mons in the First World War, Mons is M-O-N-S, it's in Belgium. There was a British retreat that was successful, so it was considered a victory. They lost very few people to the Germans and were able to regroup. And after the battle, a writer wrote a fictional story, but written as if it was a diary of one of the soldiers. And in it, ghosts of medieval archers appear during the battle to kind of call back to the medieval longbowmen of England. So a row of longbowmen appear and start shooting at the Germans and allow the British retreat. It's this kind of, it's a fictional story, like calling back to another historical moment in British history. But then some preachers in churches started preaching after seeing that book and probably taking it as real. They started preaching that angels had appeared and had saved the British. And the story kind of mutated and kind of passed around from word of mouth until people actually believed that angels had saved, like, that battle. You will fuck around and find out. I believe you. So, these people, like, they started believing, thanks to that fictional story, they started believing that angels have helped in that battle. In this case, I made this kind of, I took that opportunity of like the description of a row of angels appearing and in the middle of the battlefield in World War I. Here we have a row of German soldiers with the spike in their helmets, and a row of just wings coming down from the sky. So I will call the Angels of Mons, like, they would definitely go into like, they're protector entities, right? They're friends. They have nothing against you. They're just there to protect and save people within that story. They're not really dangerous to the Germans either. They just kind of like stop them for a while. But yeah, I really like the story of the Angels of Mons. Not as much for the story itself. It's pretty simple. It's just angels in a World War I battle. But because of the, the whole story around it and how it got popularized, starting with a fictional thing, which really, I don't know, I really feel for that writer who didn't want his story to become a rumor. And this right here is El Cando Urco. Cando Urco is a folklore story from Galicia in northwestern Spain, right next to Asturias, where I come from. And in Asturias we have El Huerco, which kind of sounds similar to La Huestia, I know. We have El Huerco, which is a similar name but different creature, different thing. But El Cando Urco is a huge hell dog that appears from the depths of the water, kind of calling back to pre-Christian depictions of hell, or, you know, hellish places which were underwater. This huge dog will appear, dragging chains behind it. It has horns. It is, you know, really like shaggy with long ears usually, and it'll start dragging chains. What you'll usually see instead of the dog is you'll hear the dragging of chains, and it will go get people when their time is near to kind of drag their souls to hell in person. So I guess probably just to really bad people. And the thing is that if you hear chains dragging in the street at night, that's probably El Candaurco going to get its next victim. So definitely a very dangerous fella. One of your favorites, thank you. Yeah, kind of a Tartarus. In that region of Spain, the culture, a lot of the culture and the folklore comes from the Celts. So it has Celtic origins, and there's a lot of parallels to be made with Tartarus as well. It's like it'll just come get you. I think it's a run situation. Because there are stories about, like, you know, people outrunning death, you know, those kinds of outrun the Green Reaper type of stories with El Candaurco. So I think he goes in run. Not much you can do about it. Yeah, I mean, there is. If you're smart, you know, there's kind of stories about a cunning character that is able to outrun death or trick death. Let's see. Oh, then we got the Absolute Boys. This one, I don't even need to think about it. These ones are just 100% friends. Next year, Valdevia con in Spain, trying to find the Santa Compañía. So these are the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Again, California lore. Fresno Nightcrawlers are this... I mean, there's not a lot of people that take them seriously as cryptids. There's just a couple videos of things that look like plants just walking, and they've just become kind of an internet favorite, and just people love them. Do a bit of more of a zoom in here. So I did my own little take on the Fresno Nightcrawlers with this trail cam thing, and I even gave them names. Represent. This is Kevin. This here is Gilbert. This back there is Helen, and this is Joanne. So tag yourselves. I'm definitely, I don't know, I can't change depending on the time, but I think I'm a Joanne. Just curiously looking at the ground. What do you think? What are you guys? Yeah, these are harmless creatures of fun. A bit of a Kevin. We got a lot of Kevins in chat. Okay, so this is definitely friend. %100% friend. Absolute little guy. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna reclass this one as friendly but mischievous. Because one thing I didn't consider is that in the story, at least in the story I wrote, this guy causes bouts of dancing mania and makes people dance forever until they fall down of exhaustion. So, yeah, maybe he's a little bit mischievous, thinking about it. So Fresno Nightcrawler stay there, of course. Okay, then we have one that we did for a commission for Sora. Hey Sora, look at your guy. We called it La Cosa Esa, which is that thing in Spanish, and it is a physical representation of stress. Specifically, it attacks, like it feeds on people that are stressed, so it starts attacking a university during the exam season. As you can see, it's leaving a trail of papers, a very literal paper trail, and it's just this messed up little thing that's losing hair. Better stay away during finals. So I think there's a run situation, even though you're already stressed. It's like, get out of there. The more stressed you are, the faster you gotta run. Oh, and then we got The Mermaids of River John. This is the edit that got me an interview in local Canadian radio. Which was a fun thing. Fun little moment. And it also got me an article on Snopes. If you've seen my Twitter profile and you've seen Certified False by Snopes, it's not a lie. I have an article on Snopes saying false. And it's about this picture. But I don't know. What do we think about the mermaid? It's not really... We have two pictures of the mermaid. This one is not as well known because it was just in the reply. But it's an alive version of the mermaid. The mermaid is based on a whale, by the way. So I don't know. What should we do this with the mermaid here? It's not really a threat, is it? It's kind of dead. It does have long arms, yep. Very much so. It's not really a friend or a foe. I think it's inscrutable. We don't really know enough about it to make a choice. Lots of inscrutable ones so far. But we still got quite a few to get through, so it's time to fill out the other parts. Then we got some I made for SCP, which I don't really think fit this. Ooh, then we got the Megalomorpha cave story. This one is some archaeologists find an old cave with some cave paintings. Follow this little story of hunters first meeting the Megalomorpha and trying to run away, then worshipping them. Then something happens, some kind of ritual, and eventually we get this kind of humanoid bugs and people worshipping them, and this, which might be the result of one of those experiments that failed. Traditional mermaids are dangerous? Depends on the story. There's a bunch of different versions. Make me think of sirens, but sirens in the original stories are bird women. They're not the fish women we typically associate with mermaids. So in the Greek myths, the sirens that sing and you have to tie yourself to the mast, that kind of thing, those are bird women. The mermaid has different origins. I don't think they're Greek, I think they're Celtic. And then it got kind of mixed up. Just two different creatures that kind of got blended together. It's got all Odysseus on them. So I don't know. This one's dead, obviously, but this kind of represents another group of people that eventually started worshipping Megalomorpha just very, very long ago. So I think it'll go with... Oh, I didn't want to use this one. Hold on. Let's just use this skull. Like so. Let's change the music. Something better. Okay, so whoa, there we go. Where would this go? I think in dangerous, but can be befriended. Like, depends on what side you fall into. You can be brainwashed by the Megalomorpha. But we could just use one to represent all of Megalomorpha, to be honest. But I don't know. And oh, here's a fun one. That's my self-portrait. This here. Oh, I guess let's put it here. Which tier do I inhabit? I guess you guys have to choose that one for me. I can't place myself. That would be a conflict of interest, wouldn't it? Sit down and cry? Friendly but mischievous. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Friendly but mischievous. I like that. Like, I'm not gonna hurt you, but I'm not up to no good. Up to my silly little edits. Beyond the understanding of Googly Owl. Oh, we'll get to Googly Owl, don't worry. So hold on, let me mute myself for a sec. That's it. Okay, then we're putting myself in friendly but mischievous. I guess I am technically one of my own creatures, since I've done an edit on myself. Then we got the one from the collab with Dude. That was a very fun one. So it's all about this kid and his diary and the photos he left behind. And he notices something, well, let's see, that's the final one. He notices something in his neighbor's window. He has like one of these interior patios, and he starts noticing a weird neighbor. And it just starts like first drawing it, like there's someone looking at me every night, and eventually steals a camera and takes some photos of it. And eventually he just gets a good camera, and that's when you get the picture. This picture here. Just a living statue. There's backstory to it. The person that lived in that apartment was a sculptor that died long ago. So let's see, where would I place this one? Either fuck around and find out, or run. I guess it's never like actively dangerous, it's just looking. I wouldn't approach, I would just get away from there, but not necessarily running. He hasn't paid rent in 20 years. Then we got, ooh, okay. We got our kaiju. This kaiju here, I named him Humbaba for a ancient Mesopotamian creature or giant that appears in, oh, what's the name? I always blank on the name. The classic Mesopotamian myth. It will come to me. In any case, that's the archaeological take I did on a kaiju, where they find this huge thing underground, just under a destroyed Babylonian city. And they find a trail and some footsteps from the thing, and some carvings describing what happened. So it's supposed to be this sleeping giant under the ground, just with caves growing on it because it's been sleeping for so long. And it's big. It's very big. These are people. I did a little drawing of it just for fun and size comparison. That's Humbaba. And it's all based on a cool cave structure. I found a picture of a cool cave structure that kind of looked like this open mouth. I just used that. So let's see. Humbaba, I think, is definitely a lie down and cry. Like, it's a kaiju, you don't have a lot to do, but get out of there. Or no, you can't really. Should we put it in run or lie down and cry? What do you think? Is there anything to do against the kaiju? Can you escape it, or can you just accept your fate? Like, it destroyed a whole city and possibly brought about the collapse of the Babylonian Empire within the story. I think I lean towards lie down and cry, but I don't know if, like, let's say Godzilla. Where would you put Godzilla? In run or lie down and cry? Or even in fuck around and find out, because they accidentally wake up this creature, so it's supposed to be sleeping, just like Godzilla is awakened by humans and by our hubris. It's kind of a similar story where the Babylonians kind of awakened it, thinking it was going to be like some kind of god, and then it turned out to be this huge creature that destroyed everything. So it could be fuck around and find out in that way. I don't know. I don't think you can really escape a kaiju attack. It's more like a natural disaster, I would say. So closer to the fractals. Tiny creatures hide well. True. I mean, you could hide from it, but I guess it depends like how we frame it. We frame it as, you know, a single person, like, can you escape it? Or in general, like the damage it does to society. In that case, I think it would be closer to a natural disaster. It would be lie down and cry. And maybe if you lie down and cry, you survive. You make yourself a smaller target if you lie down. Then, oh my god, okay, we got one to discuss here. That's a complicated one. Okay, I'll leave it tentatively in lie down and cry. We might move things around later depending on where we put others. But next we have the Order of the New Moon, or I think we'll do the lycanthropes in general, because yeah, we got a ton of those, and we got so many lycanthropes. It's the thing about lycanthropes in this series is that they're not meant to be. It's not meant to be one creature. It's meant to be this whole like entire species that lives among us. I said the thing, and kind of lives in the shadows of society, but always in like the elite of whatever system they're living under. So in medieval times, there were like kings and lords. Right now, they would be like the Jeff Bezoses of the world. So it's kind of the thing with the lycanthrope series. If you need it to be spelled out very specifically, is that it's a metaphor for systems of power in society. Like the lycanthrope is whoever is in power, and it's, you know, a very literal representation of whoever is in power as a literal monster that consumes people. So in whatever time you go to, they'll be treated as saints, or they'll be treated as they'll treat themselves as special. Arm yourself with a silver spoon and you can take down the whole regime. That means you haven't read the story completely, but because silver actually makes them stronger. Here's one, full of silver. I actually love silver in this in this story. So unfortunately, a silver spoon wouldn't do anything against a lycanthropes of this world. It would actually trigger their transformation and possibly make them eat you. So what is there to do against, you know, literally like systems of power? So I think this might be my favorite. A very fun one to make. Like, there's no one lycanthrope to hide from or defeat. They are gonna eat you if they want to. So is there really anything you can do? Like, as a peasant under a medieval lycanthrope lord? Just don't bother them, fuck around and find out. Yeah, I think there's a fuck around and find out type situation. They're smart, they have human level intelligence. They just are organized and want to eat people, and that's the whole thing. So really, if you keep your head down, you don't pose any trouble for them. They're not gonna kill you or anything. So let's go with fuck around and find out. And we got more fractals, more lycanthropes. I'm just gonna use that one to represent the whole lycanthrope series. What else? That's some Trevor Henderson thing. More lycanthropes. Oh, okay. Then we got Furby Kaiju. That's an even stronger version of this one. I think that might be another lie down and cry situation. Like, what can you do against a Furby? Big Furby. Furby's watching you. You can't do anything, can you? Or can you run and hide? Just this malicious force. True force of evil, Big Furby. There are no good intentions, there's nothing you can do. You can only escape its gaze and maybe live. So either run or lie down and cry. Where would you guys put it? sacrifice your AA batteries. And is it a specific thing to Furby? Did they use AA batteries or trip? I would say AAA, right? AAA is the big ones. I don't recall. I haven't used batteries in such a long time. Yeah, I think it's a lie down and cry. You can't escape the Furby. It literally has watch lights in its eyes. There's nothing you can do. Okay, then we got a fun little original character. This was what came out of a contest or little design event I did with the patrons. I do those from time to time. If you want to be there for the next one, join the Patreon at like any level, and whatever one of those happens, you'll be able to propose ideas or votes. And this was a creature design challenge, so I just had people choose like in order, choose like a form, I think it was an emotion, like a place. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the prompts were, but eventually what came out was the weeping raven, this very sad, melancholic creature that hangs out in this church. The church, the background picture, is one I took myself in Asturias, and it's this. Well, it's not technically a raven. The pattern on his chest, on her chest, is, how do you call that? Well, those. It's not. It's a corvid. It doesn't have that has all the white patterns, but I don't know. I don't recall its name. In any case, I did a few things. Oh, this one is the better one. There we go. I did these two and 3. Bit less found footage than my usual stuff. This would just, try to do something different. Crying little bird. Oh. Can't see the face there very well. So let's put this one here. And the whole thing about the Weeping Raven is that the backstory is that it's a woman that when her son went to war back in the Napoleonic Wars in Spain, it was a whole thing. Her son went to war, never came back, and the son, before he went, promised like, "Oh, wait for me in the church, and you'll see I come back," but he doesn't, and he kind of gets cursed, or curses herself to be there waiting for the son for eternity. And he never comes, so she just turns into this creature and cries in the church every day, waiting. Kind of melancholic. So it's a friend. She means no harm. She's just sad. She needs a hug, honestly. The kind of character that needs a hug. Okay, then we got more Megalomorpha. You can see how at the beginning it was a bunch of Megalomorpha, and slowly it just starts getting very, very slow as I start putting more effort and more thought into each part of Megalomorpha. And doing more things, of course. So the next part, it's about a fisherman. So this fisherman here. Hey, big fish actually. That's a perfect timing right there. The fisherman gets something caught in his net, and he brings it back to shore. And it is this huge cocoon from a Megalomorpha, because those cocoons form underwater. The first part of the Megalomorpha life cycle is underwater. Brings it back, and he's waiting for it to hatch. And he keeps waiting and waiting and waiting, and it never hatches. And the guy just keeps writing in his diary all the advancements, and he can't wait for it to hatch. He starts becoming obsessed with it, as often happens with Megalomorpha, as it kind of starts taking hold of his mind. He starts becoming obsessed with the cocoon and it hatching, and it never hatches. So he eventually makes a decision which probably isn't his own, it's probably influenced by the Megalomorpha, of getting inside the cocoon, just like cutting it open with a knife, getting inside and then jumping back in the water where he found it. That's the last thing we know until we find this picture of the broken cocoon, completely empty, being fished out of the water near where he jumped. So we don't know exactly what happens, but if you start piecing start piecing together all the Megalomorpha stories, you might start getting a clue. But yeah, this cocoon basically made this man go crazy, so definitely a dangerous one. My damn Wi-Fi keeps disconnecting every hour. Oh my god, just when I moved here, it started that kind of started happening. We got a Wi-Fi extender. I don't think it's the extender that was malfunctioning. I think it was the Wi-Fi itself. But we got a few instances in which the Wi-Fi was going out every so often, and I was like, oh shit, I'm not going to be able to stream when I get here. Because for those that haven't watched the stream for long, we recently moved. My partner and I, we moved here to the Canary Islands, and yeah, it was scary. I thought I was not going to be able to stream with that Wi-Fi or with that internet. Then it never really happened again. So it happened a few times the first few weeks. Then it never happened again. So it might still happen. Like if you see me disconnect suddenly someday, that's probably why. It usually comes back in a few minutes, so I could just come back and finish the stream. But yeah, sorry, that just reminded me of that. Jesus, hope your Wi-Fi gets back to working order soon. Okay, so Megalomorpha. This cocoon is definitely dangerous. I think it's more the approach with caution dangerous. Like it'll wash your mind. It'll brainwash you essentially. So it's not actively dangerous, but it's this kind of approach with caution thing. Like don't get too close to it. Don't get attached, because that's when it gets grip of your mind. An eldritch horror sucking the life from your Wi-Fi. Can you imagine? Elder god that feeds on Wi-Fi. I guess not that elder, a newer god. Oh, okay. Then we got a fun little collab I did with Saints Art on Twitter. Used to be Prince Claire, which is the name you can see here, but it's about we called it the Clown Zone. I think the technical name was, what was it? The Reflection or something like that. It is a backrooms style dimension of kind of representing a circus. So you got a zone that is just endless tents and like this part and this part here, or you got a place that's just full of just infinite mirrors wherever you look. You got a place that's just carousels within carousels. You're like, you can see regular sized carousels, and you can see carousels that are just enormously large above you. And yeah, it's a clown zone, and there are very dangerous clowns in it. Clown-like creatures. I don't know, it was a fun little collab. There's the Ringmaster. There's the Trapezist, which is this kind of spider creature. These ones are called the Harlequids. They're kind of like little scampering creatures. The whole lore around it is that this is its own universe or its own dimension, and it has like its own ecosystem. Like certain clowns feed on each other. So you'll see that the Harlequids here are eating the remains of another clown, which has pink blood, by the way. Also, check out Saints Art on Twitter. It's SaintsArt_, I think. Let me get you guys a link, because they're extremely talented and they've been really fun to collab with in the past. And they're very close to 8,000 followers, so give them a look. You got a link in chat. In any case, here's the trapezist, which is a creepy clown that will eat you. It will find you and it will eat you. Like, that's pretty much assured. You're getting in its territory. It's kind of like a spider. It makes nets out of string and tries to catch you. So let's see. Here we go. Creepy clown is run for sure. We're getting a lot of, I think the winners so far are fuck around and find out and run. But we still have some to get through, so. The clown zone itself is a lying down cry instance, yeah. It's one of those, you know, dimensions you can get trapped in and just goes on forever. Like, it doesn't follow our laws of time and space. It is like each one of those zones, like the mirror zone or the tent zone, is infinite by itself, and you can kind of only connect from one to the other randomly through, you know, there's a strange door and you open it and suddenly you're in a different zone. You look back, the door is not there. Those kinds of you know, space doesn't really make sense there. So yeah, the clown zone itself is lie down and cry, because if you get accidentally transported there, you're not getting back. You're stuck there forever. Okay, next ones are the last trick or treaters. These are the things I did for Halloween. They are, well, facsimiles of children that are actually controlled by something else that's kind of using them as puppets, and they appear as children trick-or-treating, but they are actually gonna kill you. And here's a little drawing, childlike drawing I did of them. It's called Trick-or-Treat Friends, and they have names. This is the Skinner, only has one leg and a knife. This is Maggie. Maggie makes masks possibly out of their victims. This is Tommy, and there's the quiet boy who's collecting whatever leftovers. So they'll kind of knock on people's houses way after it's trick-or-treating time, and if you open, they'll murder you and take your skin and make a mask out of it. That's it. It's a pretty classic slasher, but Halloween themed, and it's a group of little kids, which are not really kids. And so yeah, that's definitely run, but you can also just be protected from them by just not opening your door after it's past trick-or-treating time. Has happened to you before? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're okay now. After being attacked. So you might recognize the trick-or-treaters from one of the little videos that plays before the streams when the timer is running. That's one of the ones that's randomly on there. Oh, someone knocked at 3 AM. Oh, that's creepy. Yeah, you shouldn't open that. That's definitely the last trick-or-treaters. They're gonna get you. So I would say, I don't know, where does this fall? Does this fall into run? And they're definitely like just violent killers. But you can get protected from them. It can be fuck around and find out. Oh, there's a little poem that goes with them, by the way, which was written with the help of my friend Milo. It is, when the moon is high and the children are sleeping, the last trick-or-treaters are quietly creeping. It's kind of children rhyme, you know? On Halloween night you hear their cries, with masked knives as their disguise. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks, 4. Don't let them inside, don't open your door. Yeah, then there's a little poem for each of the kids. So Here's the one for Tommy. Says, Tommy, Tommy, see his knife. If you run, he'll take your life. So lock your doors on Halloween. Tommy wants to hear you scream. And for the Skinner. Here comes a Skinner on one foot, with a real big smile and eyes like soot. Shut your door, don't let them in. Their favorite treasure is your skin. And there's a Quiet Boy. The Quiet Boy comes like a buzzard, stealing flesh from those that suffered. In the shadows see him wait to take your limbs and amputate. And finally Maggie. Maggie's mask is pale and white, but if you see her in the night, you'll disappear without a trace, and when you die, she'll wear your face. And little grim little rhymes for our little guys. Now wrapped on a trap beat. Gotta make a rap out of that, for sure. Okay, so I think it's fuck around and find out. Like, if you open your door after trick-or-treating time, they kill you and wear your skin. But if you know, they won't attack you. Okay, then we got Slag and Throws. We've done that already. Okay, then we got all the ones for Eerie-Vember. We'll kind of do a quick round for all the Eerie-Vember ones from this year, because it's like 26, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 30. So that's a lot of them. First one is Homunculi. I don't think those fit. I'm gonna skip some and not put them in the thing, because some of them don't really fit here. The Homunculi are just these preserved specimens. Same with the Bog Body. It's just this dead body under the mountain. And then we start getting into some medical horror. So I'm gonna take like the medical horror itself, like the fake syndrome we make up. I'm gonna take that as the creature, quote unquote. The first one is Tombstone Teeth, and we gotta figure out if Tombstone Teeth fit into any of these tiers. If you don't know, Tombstone Teeth is a made-up term for an illness where your teeth just fuse all into one. Simple as that. I think in terms of danger, let's see, because we gotta recontextualize the tiers a little bit and kind of go with like levels of harm that it does. I would go with, you know, Tombstone Teeth. Its biggest problem, apart from looking yucky, is that if you get your one tooth infected, that's it. You've lost an entire row of teeth. So it's caution. Just be careful. Never floss again. True, but never get your teeth infected again. Because that's it. That's it for your entire row of teeth. So then we got artificial salvation tests. This is a couple edits that we did. This is our UCR story, so it happens in the UCR universe. This shady organization. The organization is trying to rapture people artificially. So artificially, like, send them to heaven directly. To see what happens. They just want to see what happens. They're this weird cult-like religious study organization, and it works, but only partially. So these people get only partially sent to heaven, or wherever they go. It's not heaven, it's just they get raptured. So they get to interview these patients as they are like halfway into heaven. So that's the artificial salvation test. Is what wearing braces feels like. A little bit, yeah. Oh, hold on, I gotta put it here so it fits the format. So artificial salvation tests. It will bring you somewhere, to some other dimension possibly, but you will lose half of your head. And this person, spoilers, this person dies. The other one doesn't. I don't know. The other one gets killed because they start rebelling, but. In terms of danger, this is probably like... Inscrutable? We don't really know if being sent to that other dimension is good or bad. That's kind of left unclear in the story, so let's leave it at inscrutable. Only half her head in that story. Then let's see. Another medical horror thing. We got calcium hyperproficiency. This is a fake syndrome where you start getting so much calcium in your blood that it starts forming into weird structures like teeth. So you essentially start growing teeth for your bones. And this was the one where I managed to fool actual doctors into believing it was real, which was very funny. Yeah, a lot of people believe this one for some reason, but there we go. Calcium hyperproficiency. I think it's I think you just lie down and cry if you got it. Like, is there anything else to do? These are hard to class because they're not really creatures, they're things that happen, like they're like illnesses, but I do still want to include them because they're fun. Those doctors should get the licenses revoked. No, I wouldn't go that far, but it was funny. I don't know how much I fooled them, but the comments I got were under that post on Twitter. There was one person in their profile pic with a white coat on, and they were tagging another that also had a white coat on, and the first one was like, "Hey, see this thing I put on the group chat? Turns out it was art by this guy." And the other one is like, and to think we even looked it up. And you clicked on their profiles and they were both rheumatologists, which was really funny. So I think if you get teeth growing from your bones, you just lie down and cry. There's not much you can do except get the teeth out, which will probably be even more painful. I probably tricked them very briefly, but it's still something. This one is called Rapid Evolution Echo Chamber was the original prompt. I didn't follow the prompt exactly. I just went Rapid Evolution and did the evolution, like a fake museum exhibit about some... Well, this is actually something I wrote. The evolution of man, from our humble origins in the cradle of humankind, mankind is a yada yada yada. A team led by evolutionary biologist Dr. Lelanchon attempted to answer this question in 1982 using a method of sound wave amplification, yada yada. They induced rapid evolutions, volunteer subjects. Though the experiments ultimately failed in creating forms compatible with life, they gave us a glimpse into what the future of mankind may involve. Silly thing, it's just like evolve into crab, but if it was taken literally. And we actually took it fairly seriously in the design of the crab, because we went with a possible human crab, quote unquote, that would have been a plausible evolution of a human. So the original here was actually, what was it, a monkey? I don't recall. Like, I think it was a gorilla skeleton. So the back legs and his front arm are from a gorilla, so kind of getting that more quadrupedal gait. But the other arm has essentially just the same bones, but just two big fingers, while the other ones have essentially become tiny and useless. And each of these two big fingers has a huge nail, which is a claw. So these were actually using horns, so something more similar to horns than nails, but something still plausible-ish within humans. And the the crab's shell is a ribcage. Of course, we can't give this human crab all the legs that a real crab has, because it doesn't, like, you can't grow extra legs. But we did give it a part of a crab, which is the face. We kind of broke out the face in this more crab-like fashion. So yeah, that's basically what we did here. If you actually check the skull, like the eyes and the nose, they're from here. We just copy-pasted them from there. So there was some thought to how our human crab would actually evolve. Possibly the most unrealistic thing is the face being that crab-like. It would probably have been a bit different, but still. So it was a fun little thing. So I don't know exactly how to consider this in the tier list. And this, by the way, is still one of my most popular edits ever. I think it might be my second most popular, or maybe third now. But still, quite a lot. Yeah, it's called carcinization. Like, things in certain niches, things evolve into looking like crabs. Like, it's an efficient form, which kind of spawned the meme of, you know, we'll eventually all evolve into crab. So I don't know if we should put the crab-like people into, you know, the crab-like people as a species. So it would probably be in the friendly zone, or the idea on the text of people actually getting transformed into this, getting quickly evolved into crabs, and yourself going through the process of getting evolved into a crab, and how much that would suck. But I think we should take it as if the human crab was an actual species that existed, and we just take that as a creature like the others. In which case, I think they would probably be dumbed down compared to humans, because they just fit this small ecological niche. So they can be dangerous like any animal. They can probably be befriended with, they can be befriended with humans as something human-like, you know, like a monkey or something. Personally, you'd love to turn into a crab. Then you love this experiment. Just sign up right here. Don't look at the fine print. Okay, next one is another experimental thing. This is it's called DNA Forge was the prompt, but hold on, let's put it here. It was essentially a person that got a clam DNA put into them as a kid, and then they started, in adulthood, they started developing clam features, and their chest just got turned into a giant clam. Whoops. It happens to the best of us. Which would probably be pretty fucked up. The clam person, they're screwed. But I'm considering this one more because it's going through the procedure. I would consider this one more than considering the crab people or the clam people like an actual species. Considering like the medical horror, the fact of being turned into a clam person, how much that would suck. That would suck quite a bit. It's possibly a fuck around and find out situation where like you just don't go through untested genetic experiments, you know? Okay, what's the next one? We got the Undead Beholder, which is the eye that only some people can see. That's not really something I think we can class into this. But let's jump directly to Terry. Terry the Meat Planet. If you've seen the laugh emote in this chat, that's Terry the Meat Planet. It's our friend. We all love Terry. They are incredibly based. And they just jump around the galaxy looking for meat. No, they're looking for iron. So Yes, there it is. That's Terry. So, the lore behind this is that it's a planet made of meat. And it kind of has a system, like it has a functioning system. As much as you can make a space thing function, the only thing it needs is iron. It needs iron to make hemoglobin, to kind of have, you know, all the resources and energy flowing. What we imagined is that like plants use chlorophyll, which is green, to absorb light. Wherever this planet was born, the star there actually output red light. Or no, wait, chlorophyll reflects green light. It absorbs blue light, sorry. So wherever the planet was born, it didn't have a lot of red light. It wanted to absorb the rest of the wavelengths. So it used a molecule really close to hemoglobin, which is what makes our blood, which is why it looks red and meaty. And all that huge red surface is like a plant. It is absorbing light from its parent star to get energy. It can move around. It can use like a proportional system where it expels matter, like its own matter, into space to move to different places, so it can change its orbit and even move in a kind of dormant state from one star to the other. And it will just go around and eat asteroids. It farts to move, kinda, yeah. There are red algae that do that too. Yeah, exactly, kinda like that. So it will move from one star system to the other, and it will start consuming all the iron on there. Because to make hemoglobin, if you remember your biology classes, you need iron, which is why we need to eat iron. This thing can't get iron to keep its system going for, like, it can't just recycle its own iron for eternity, because it keeps expelling matter to move around. So to keep forming more and more matter, it needs to eat water, of course, and iron. That's like the main resources. So it just goes around asteroids, which do have a lot of water and do have a lot of iron, and just eats them. It's not really dangerous to us. It's much smaller than the moon, as you can see. It couldn't eat Earth. It may collide with it if it's dumb, but yo, do you watch anime? I've watched some anime. So yeah, that's the biology of Terry the Meat Planet, and that all goes to explain that it's not really dangerous to humanity, even if it looks meaty and scary. It is friendly. It is 100% a friend, I would say. Like, it's a neighbor. Imagine how cool it would be to see this in real life and see, like, oh, there's not only life in space, there's like life in space floating around. And the fact that if we learn that it's not dangerous to us, like, that's cool. We all love Terry the Meat Planet. It is a friend of humanity. So yeah, all this to explain that Terry is 100% a friend. Of course, the game was rigged from the start. I was never going to put Terry in any other place. But it does line up with the facts of Terry not being really dangerous. The anti-turf, anti-NFT pride supporter, exactly. Extremely based. Have you watched Do He Beat Goku? What? I mean, I've seen some of Dragon Ball as a kid, but I don't remember it very well. Why am I on Friendly but Mischievous? Because I am friendly but mischievous. Then we have the Cola Super Deep Borehole, which I'm gonna show you the video. Why not? Because I made a video for this one. So I'm gonna show you the long version because it has a bit more lore. Cola Super Deep Borehole. Okay, so USSR 1982. This was a real thing, by the way. The deepest hole ever dug by mankind. And this is where my fiction starts. When reaching 11,660 meters of depth, the machinery broke down. A special heat-resistant camera was sent down the hole, taking pictures every 15 meters. At around 1100 and 550 meters of depth, a strange series of images were captured. Handprints. Little guy. And then it clears out again. Speaking of Tartarus, yes. The project continued through its second branch, reaching a depth of 12,000 meters in 1989. Today the project is abandoned and the borehole has been welded shut. This is real, by the way. The project, like the borehole, is that image you could see there. But yeah, I made it into a little video because I had made an image. I wasn't that happy with the image just on its own, so I figured, like, at first I had made this, and then I figured let's just make more images and put them at like different heights, and that's it. Then we got a little story instead of just one image. So yeah, we got the Ora super deep borehole. And of course, these are souls leaving from hell when it was pierced. So I think this is a fuck around and find out situation again, because yeah, you probably shouldn't drill into hell. So we're gonna need to expand this. So give me a moment. Just getting another cough drop. Okay, so we need to expand this a little bit. Should we expand it down to a second row, or should we expand it to the right? Because it's not really going to fit there. Yeah, let's do a second row. Okay, we're going to have to move some things around. How long does big guy last? Really depends. Not an easy question to answer. As long as your eye is pink, basically. Okay, then here, just get that orange box there. Expand it. Then get the text. Walk around and find out. And then we get, hold on, how could I select several of these? Hold on, try to select both. Okay. I think it's like this? Yeah. I got it. I did. No, goddammit. There we go. Yeah, alright, I got this. Since these are all separate layers and they're not placed next to each other, it can get a little bit weird, but there we go. Got a second row of fuck around and find out. And so we continue. Right now the definite winner is fuck around and find out, isn't it? Okay, then we got the dead angel. I think this is one of those cases of maybe like don't touch it. Approach with caution, maybe. Gonna go with approach with caution. And bad baby, does that really fit into the tier list? It's just a bad baby who, I don't know, another of those gene manipulation things. I think he falls into friend if we put it anywhere. It's just a regular baby, but he can fly. Yeah, okay, friendly but mischievous, I like that. Like it's still a baby, you know. It's gonna poop a lot, but it's gonna do that while flying. So right now it's a deadly poop machine. It can fall from the sky. So definitely in. Oh, I guess a lot of my art seems like something the church would cover up for sure. And we got another friend here. This is a compound chicken is its official name, but for friends we call it the chorb, the chicken orb. So this is a chorb, y'all. Say hi to Chorb. Chorb is a friend, yes. So we made it into a fake textbook. We actually used some actual like genetics textbook thing, and the text here says presentation of several possible phenotypes can appear as a result of a mutation in some offspring of heterozygous patients. Parents, multiple genetic traits may present at once, creating chimeric individuals. Well, it's like a mumbo jumbo of genetics words to basically say like, yeah, this is a real thing. So that is the Chorb. And we love the Chorb. It's our friend. It's completely harmless. And we love it. Then we got the Impossible House. Is this really a dangerous thing? This one is, again, another UCR story. From a character named Irene Davenport, who is the UCR kind of agent that specializes on spiritism, the occult. And this happens in a house where a seance took place. And it was one of those, you know, fake seances. There was no real ghost or anything, but accidentally, during their silly seance, the spiritists actually awakened something weird in the house, and it started growing. The house now is abandoned, But if you go inside, it's actually much larger than the outside. And it's just rooms and rooms repeating and, you know, mirroring each other up and down. And things are on the walls or in the ceilings, like gravity's broken. It's completely, it's been years and years, and this house has just kept mutating and mutating and mutating. So they eventually take the house down in the story. They blow it up. Thinking, because, you know, the girl in charge, she's all about like spiritism and spirits and stuff. Like, she didn't sign up for like weird architecture, so she just decides to blow it up and be done with the problem, which makes some people angry. That feng shui, yeah. So this is definitely a fuck around and find out situation, because we got a person doing a seance and they accidentally awaken something. So definitely fuck around, find out. Oh, also, little detail for you guys. There's a duck in this image. There's a duck floating around in the pool. Yeah, fuck around, find out. We got another one of those. Definitely the winner of this tier list. What's the next one? Ooh, Detective Duck. Mimic Town. Okay, so this is a fun one. The story takes place in like the, I think, late 2000s or early 2010s. I don't recall exactly the year I said it in. A group of friends is traveling throughout Europe in train. That's a pretty common tradition throughout Europe to do Interrail, which is a train ticket that essentially allows you for unlimited trains throughout in the entirety of Europe for a number of days. So you'll do a trip and just kind of go around different cities of Europe. So this group of friends decides to do one of those trips, and they, after a train mix-up, they take the wrong train and end up in a weird station that has no name. They get down thinking it's a city, and they like their next stop in the city, but they got down in a fake city. It's kind of a facsimile of a city. Kind of if like the idea of a city had taken form, but not like, you know, the contents of the city itself. So there's crowds going up and down, but they go nowhere, and they're not really people, it's just a crowd. There's huge buildings, but they have no interiors, just the buildings. There's billboards with things that make no sense. There's, you know, the traffic is like all cars going in perfect coordination, and they just do loops around. It's kind of this fake video game level-ish idea of a city. So the people here, you can see they're all faceless. They're all these kind of weird shifting masses, and the closer you look at them, the less they make sense. Like the clothes aren't really, they have the general shape of clothes, but they don't really make sense. Well, that's the mimic city, I called it. So a mimic town, sorry. Kind of a simulation type thing, yeah, but in real life. So they get lost in the town, they eventually find a way out, but yeah, it's kind of this weird situation. And oh, I keep opening them in the wrong things. So I guess what we'll class in the tier list is, let's just take this chunk for example, is what would happen if you were trapped in the mimic town. Because the mimic town is not dangerous to you, but there's no food in there. So if you're trapped, better have packed up some lunch. You're not eating there. So I'm thinking it's a lie down and cry situation, or maybe a run away from there. like physically get out of the city and eventually you'll get back to the real world. I think it might be a run situation. Like, you're not powerless. The people in the story get out. They eventually like find their way back to the train station and find a train that, like a real train and not fake train. Eventually, it like days later, a train arrives. Like the same kind of like randomly trains can just end up in that station. Then what else do we have? We have a Fiji mermaid. That's another type of mermaid. It's, if you've ever seen a Fiji mermaid, it's this type of fake sideshow thing where, let's see. They grafted the front part of a dead monkey to a dead fish. And they made them into fake mermaids, they put them in museums, and they charge you to see them. Pretty much like Gravity Falls IRL. And there's a bunch of like examples and specimens from around the world that are still preserved to this day. And hey, that's me! I literally appear in the Google search, but it's DeviantArt, that sucks. I literally only posted my pictures to DeviantArt because of the NFT discovery thing. Like they'll match your images to NFT databases and see if someone is stealing your work. So that's the only reason I uploaded my stuff to DeviantArt. But hey, it also indexed in the Google search, so apparently I appear if you scroll down a bit. Anywho, Fiji mermaids are not like necessary. Oh, look, Gravity Falls. They have a Fiji mermaid there, of course they do. Yeah, in terms of Fiji mermaids, I don't really a dangerous thing. This was just my take on what if what we saw on those like sideways shows, how do you call them? Well, those shows where the baby versions, and there was actually an adult, and the adult is, well, exactly that, a monkey with a fish. So I feel like it's not an evil thing. It's definitely on the top part of the tier list. This one's dead, of course, so this one is harmless just by virtue of being dead. But I think this is one of those dangerous but can be befriended situations. Like, it probably has a monkey level of intelligence, so you can probably tame one and have it at a zoo if you wanted. Then we got the metal growing from your eyes syndrome, which is another one of my medical horror things. So in the lore here, I think what I went with is if you get too much heavy metals in your blood, I think it was cadmium specifically, but that doesn't matter much, just a background detail. It may start like accumulating in your eyes and forming crystals and getting longer and longer and longer. And it's not harmful, and it doesn't like irritate your eyes. The only irritation that can happen is your eyelids kind of scraping against them, but kind of this passive build-up, and eventually grows into full crystals that poke out of your eye. And a lot of people believe this as well, because it felt plausible to them, I guess. I don't know. I would not want to have this. I think this is one of those, just caution, like kind of like the tombstone teeth. It's something that can be fixed. You can just remove the crystals through surgery, or just, you know, stop your exposure to heavy metals and not have it. So it's not on the dangerous side of medical horror things. Yeah, that is pink eye pushed to the extreme. Then we got, of course, we got Worm off the String. This is the absolute boy. Oh, I don't recall what the name of the worm was. Kate might help. It was actually from a friend of mine called Cade, who's also a fantastic artist, who provided me with a picture of of their literal worm on a string, and we used that. So it was, yeah, I forgot the name now, but the story was, let me know in chat if someone remembers. The story was that this worm got off the string and saw the moon and fell in love with it and decided to chase the moon. So it went up to the highest place it could find, just climbed up the buildings. So you can see it's looking lovingly at the moon. That's the lore, if you've ever wondered why this worm is climbing the building. Oh, I can't believe I'm not remembering its name now. But hopefully it'll come to me. So that's definitely a friend, for sure. Like he might do some harm by accident, just by being very large and climbing a building, but he's big and soft and fluffy, so it wouldn't really be a lot of harm. And then, okay, we got this one, the Uncanny People. This was a fun little thing where I took the photos of you guys, photos that you guys sent me on Discord or during the streams, and I turned them into fake people. And I went with a, you know, old blog style thing. They are not people. Be careful. Some people on the internet are not who they appear to be. Look closely at their profile pictures. See beyond their mask. They are merely pretending to be human. Do not let them see your fear. And there's like me and a bunch of people who sent me their pictures, all anonymized and scrambled. So these are not friends. They're pretending to be human. But yeah, they're definitely inscrutable, I would say. We call them, during the stream, we call them meeple. They're not people, they're meeple. I'll just use this screen cap. So these fall into inscrutable. They're just meeple. And the idea was to go with some kind of urban legend vibe, where there's this kind of rumor that's spread around the internet. In the early internet rumors, even though it's not a real thing, we just made it up. Okay, in terms of e-Remember, I think that covers most of them. We got, ooh. Okay, we got this thing I did with Trevor, and Trevor did this and I did this. We both used the same base picture, and just like without telling each other what we would do, we did something different with it and compared it. So we did this for the House of Horrors podcast, which I'm hoping to restart soonish. So we'll see if I can get a guest to come by and we can restart the podcast soon. Yeah, this one is definitely either a run or a lay down and cry situation. If you find yourself inside the building as the big worm starts squirming around and covering all the exits, you're screwed. You're gonna suffocate. If you still catch it soon enough, you may escape. But I feel like this falls more into lie down and cry. What do you guys think? Where would you put it? Run or lie down? There's always like these two tiers, run and lay down, are the hardest ones, because it's a lot of it depends on your kind of your reaction to it, right? Okay, I think chat prefers lay down and cry, so we got that. Can you cut into worm? And that, yeah, if you cut, that's probably gonna make it worse. It's just gonna get angry and squirm in the harder and crush you. Okay, what else do we have? We have some folklore. Some more folklore is coming. It's been gone for a while, but now it's coming back. We got Krampus. Also, let me just delete all these layers because they're getting silly. Krampus, if you didn't see the stream for this, and it's very funny because it still got fairly popular, I made this in one layer. This was a challenge that I don't know why I did this. I should do it again, maybe as a sub incentive or something like that. But the idea is that I did this full stream or this full edit without ever having more than one layer. And if I ever had one more than one for like a moment, I had to immediately, like the first thing I had to do was combine. So I had to do all of this without ever having more than one layer, which was quite hard and very fun and silly. And it's funny because it's still, even with that, it did get popular, but not considering the context of how it was made. This was a take on Krampus, the classic Christmas goat demon. So it's a thing or a character that will punish kids that have been bad during the year. Instead of getting gifts from Saint Nicholas, they will get... What? Hold on. Why is this not square? Did I? Strange. Yeah, doesn't matter. Anyway. Krampus is definitely fuck around and find out, because only if you've been a bad kid will it do anything to you. Fuck around and find out for sure. Oh, okay. Here we have a really fun one. This is called the Lure-tail Viper. And it's a baby mimicking spider that will, instead of kind of like a rattlesnake, it'll rattle, but it will imitate the sound of a baby as it lies in wait with its little baby-shaped rattle for a human to get close so he can attack it. And I even made a little sound for it. Playing around with the sound design. Listen up. Did I say spider? I meant snake, of course. So yeah, I think I probably mixed them up because it's Lure-tail Viper. So maybe I said spider instead of viper because it sounds fairly similar. Anyway, that's a Lure-tail Viper, and oh, and because it's based on an actual snake that has a lure at the end of its tail that looks like a spider. So it will shake around the spider, so birds come attack it. And when the birds come, catches them. So I tried to, in the picture itself, I tried to hide the snake, so it would kind of catch you by surprise a little bit. That was fun as well. Okay, so definitely like either approach with caution or fuck around and find out. Where would you guys put this? I think approach with caution. Like as long as you don't get into striking range, you can see it. And you know that it's a baby mimic and not a real mimic or not a real baby. Then approach with caution. Okay, let's see. More. We got Santa, we already did that one. Oh, I mean, we got the big lad here. That's a little secret Santa I did for Crabdominal Pain on Twitter, if you know. Really good artist as well. And it's just a crab kaiju because his whole thing is crabs, so it's a big old crab with a bunch of claws destroying a city. I think in terms of this tier list, like other kaijus, it is lie down and cry. We're filling up this tier list quite quick. Okay, then we got some friends. These are called the Collectors, and they are another kind of like the Weeping Raven we saw before. This was made by contest through the Patreon, and it's a little cryptid that covers itself in trash, and its whole thing is going to collect other people's trash to kind of decorate itself with it. Like it has a lot of kind of fondness for human trash and likes to pretend it's human. They see humans like covering themselves and stuff, and they pretend like, oh, they're doing the same. And yeah, they're just called the Collectors, and they're these little rat-like things, and they're very cute. The Collectors are definitely friends. They're just very shy, and they won't let themselves be seen. But other than that, they're not harmful. They just like trash a lot. So 100% friend. Absolutely friend-shaped. Okay. Oh, we're getting to the edge on so many of this. We're gonna have to extend again. Then we got more lycanthropes. More megalomorpha. Okay, so this one is the latest part we've done of megalomorpha. And it's the one with the church in Norway, 1950s. And this adult, fully humanized megalomorpha manages to, like, basically at the height of its possible powers, manages to convince a whole parish of people to basically become kind of livestock to it. So really, really, really dangerous. You fall in its hands, you will probably become part of the cult. I'm fully indoctrinated. So there we go. And also this is called bugass.jpg because what we're seeing is an inflatable bug ass. Well, hey lads. Let me soothe you with my sick voice. We were just talking about the Collectors, which I know you love. We put them in the friend category. Okay, so these megalomorpha, definitely of all of the ones we've seen, possibly the most like actively dangerous. So they're not like the others, approach with caution. I would say it's possibly like it's not a run, because it's not gonna like literally go out and bite your face off, but it literally controls a bunch of people. So fuck around, find out. If it feels like you're not useful to it, it will probably destroy you real quick. So I think it's a fuck around and find out in terms of dangerousness. Let's see. We're already in 2022, by the way. So we're at the last 6 months of art. Okay, here we have one that I think is going to be inscrutable. There's another one for a commission. That's the cat god. A bunch of street cats got together and purred in a strange way, accidentally releasing an long dead god, or long dormant god, that is now indebted to its saviors. But they don't care, they're cats, so the god is just kind of standing there, it doesn't know what to do. So that's what you get if you get summoned by cats. Kind of feel for this poor eldritch god. Probably not what it signed up for. So let's see. Here. I would say inscrutable. It's not actively dangerous because it's, you know, it's controlled by cats. They don't really care. You wanna, okay, hold on. Let's see the cat on the antler. So the god is made out of antlers, and there's just this tiny little cat just hanging off of one of them. That's what they use it for. They use it as a cat tower. Okay, then we get the goblins, or my take on goblins. So the post for this was what to do in case of a goblin infestation. So in this world, or in this take on goblins, goblins are this kind of invasive species that will get in your house and be annoying and just steal shiny things and live in your attic. And they're bat-like creatures. In the lore, they're actually bats that have de-evolved the ability to fly, and they've become terrestrial creatures. So they just kind of scamper and run around, and they have long ears and big noses, like kind of like micro bats. So yeah, and they can infest your house, and if you have an infestation, you'll start noticing like strange odors, and you start missing shiny things, and you start seeing weird symbols scratched into your wooden surfaces, because the goblins are pretty intelligent to the point where they have symbols and they can do drawings. Yeah, leave them small offerings. They might just, that's like, you know, feeding the raccoons or the rats. Probably not a good idea. So the goblins, they are pests, essentially. They're not like actively dangerous, but they are, you know, pests. I would put them in dangerous but can be befriended. Like, you know, they still have like pretty big intelligence. You could probably have one as a pet. Okay, whoa. Close that accidentally, but it's back. Don't worry. Also, guess I'm gonna save this because I don't want to lose it. It doesn't matter that much, the other, but. And here is when we get to the one and only, our boy, Googly Elf. Drop your Googly Elves in chat if you got them, by the way. Let those eyes zoom around. Googly Elf. I'm going to show you the video for Googly Elf because we also made a little video. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah. So, Googly Owl. Where does Googly Owl fall? Is Googly Owl like a force of good, a force of evil? We don't know. I mean, it's definitely, I wouldn't class it as evil. I think it would either be on the upper part or in inscrutable. I think I'm leaning towards inscrutable now. What do you guys think? Or maybe dangerous but can be befriended. Like there's good in Google. It's not, I don't know. I'm kind of falling in between these two. Inscrutable or dangerous but can be befriended. The announcement of the death of Philip. I've seen that one, yeah. I don't know, I'm kind of... I kind of want to put it up here. Or considering the friendly but mischievous, considering that Google has actually made people in this chat get googly eyes and start putting them in their workplaces and hiding them around, doing some good-natured vandalism. Friendly but mischievous might be the answer here. What do you guys think? Deity cannot be defined or confined. True. But we still need to do it. We'll still gotta put it into a tier. You know what? I think I'll expand this to the side because we got a lot that are touching the corner here. So I think it'll be easier if we just give it a little bit more space, like so. That'll give us more wiggle room. There we go. And I do mix them up. There we go. Nice. Also, you know what? I'm looking at others. I'm thinking this one here. I would go to, like, considering the story of people worshipping and transforming into bugs. I don't know, because it's kind of like this one. These two are very similar. Let's leave it where it is. Oh yeah, Mock should definitely appear on Run as well. Yeah, for sure. Because Mock runs. It's as simple as that. Mock appeared twice. Yeah, but Googlial, I don't know. I feel like it fits fairly well in the mischievous section. Also, talking about inscrutable, the Hat Man that you see on Benadryl. This from this series of tweets. You ever get so tired you start seeing spiders? Me after I take 17 Benadryl and start seeing the Hat Man. The who? Oh, there's not a safe space suddenly. And so I made the Hat Man because I found that funny. GIF that shows the final tier list with a glitchy version. That shows how fucked everything is. Might be too much effort. The Hat Man. Let me go all the way up. All the way way up. There we go. I think Hatman is inscrutable. We don't know its intentions. It's just there. It's just a strange thing, strange vision. Let's see. What else do we have? We have the Lamp King. This is a... oh, hold on. Let's put it here. Lamp King is an entity that appears in dreams. It's kind of like a guide, and it will try and guide you somewhere that will always lead to you dying in the dream and the dream ending. So it's kind of weird and strangely malicious, but it's not doing any harm to you. It's just like the most harm it can do is like interrupting your sleep. It's just a strange character. So I think it goes into inscrutable as well. We don't know what's up with it. We don't know what its intentions are. Or approach with caution might be... because like if you follow him, something bad, quote unquote, will happen. It's not that bad, but still caution. And what else do we have? Okay, we got another folklore creature, the Striga. Striga is extended throughout a lot of Europe. It has origins in Greek mythology, and it's this horrible owl-like creature that eats blood. It's kind of like a vampire, proto-vampire of sorts. And it still appears in many mythologies throughout Europe. So very fun, very interesting story, interesting creature, but definitely run. Like that's no question there. Then we got another classic, the Grey Man, the Alien. Cooler vampire, basically. We got the Alien, and also its bad version that we'll see in the internet in 10 years. But this kind of government conspiracy take on aliens, that they're hiding it from us. I don't know where we should put this. The alien itself is not really dangerous. It's maybe inscrutable. Did you put the anxiety mist? Oh, the one you commissioned. I kind of considered them as a pack with La Cosa Esa, since they're kind of related. So some of these represent several. Okay, alien. Where does the alien go? That's a tricky one, because the alien is not dangerous by itself. It's more like we don't know. Maybe inscrutable, because we don't really know what the alien came for. We just know it died and the government hid it from us. Find him on the door, man. Should we have a category that's just dead? Because there's a lot of dead creatures. Yeah, let's just do... We should do one that's just corpse or something like that. I think that would fit. Hold on, I got a name for the category and everything. Okay, so color, I think color's gonna be like, I would go gray, but we already have gray in the maybe like pretty much black like this, kind of like the color here, and we do white text, and we say this one's dead boss. Kind of like a goon. This one's dead boss. Okay, so let's take all the dead ones and we'll just put them there. We got the Fiji mermaid. We'll put the main mermaid first. I'll kind of move things around to fit the holes. I guess I'll put this one, this Megalomorpha there as well. We can put the Crabman there as well. There's a lot of dead. There's a lot of dead folks. Why do I keep killing my creatures? Or making them dead from the get-go, I guess. Okay, any other dead ones? This one. Beautiful. We filled up that one real quick. Pension from being a mortician, totally. We keep creating new tiers. A strange tier list we're doing. Okay, then we got the Jenny Hanover, creature of the deep. This one's just an animal. It's not really. It doesn't really have a. Oh, again, I should put it there. It's not really dangerous or anything. It's just a little floating thing. Good old Jenny Hanover. If you don't know what a Jenny Hanover is, you might be very confused. Let me just show you real quick, because it's kind of related to the Fiji mermaid. Jenny Hanover, oh, that's one N. Jenny Hanover is a preserved specimen of a stingray that's been cut up to look like a little guy. So these were made to essentially just like trick tourists into buying them. Usually fishermen made them if they caught any stingray, and you know, they tricked them into believing it was a real creature of the sea. Sometimes given the bishop of the sea, which was a name for these kind of fellas. And there's a lot of specimens that survive to this day, like these ones. And you can see they're just little guys. So we figured, one day we figured, let's just make a real life, quote unquote, version of them. Like, what if this was a real creature and it was alive under the sea? So that's what we made. Do you know what happened to Technoblade? Never heard their name Technoblade. I don't think so. And thanks for the follow, Nutchar. Okay, oh, where we have this one here. Okay, definitely like. It's just an animal, honestly. It's not really anything that can pose danger. So I'll go either inscrutable or somewhere up here. Sierra sounds? I don't think I've heard that. Let me know if you got a link. You can post it on the Discord maybe, so we can give it a listen. Can we think of a Jenny that's interacting with humans? Would you consider they have some kind of human-like intelligence? Maybe they do. Maybe they're not just animals like stingrays. Maybe they do have like, they're like little guys. So maybe like friendly but mischievous type, I would say. Can we add a Giga Chat tier for whom? Let's go friendly but mischievous. Benny Hanover. Let's see. We got it. We got the SCP-173 redesign, but I feel like that's not original in terms of character. The design is, but the character isn't. So yeah, let's not class this one. Not like really mine. Oh, that's a fun one. That's a Daworhu, which is a creature from, there we go, creature from Ireland. It's this just a giant dog-like otter that lives in the lakes, and one of the only like sightings we have of it is a tombstone of a person that apparently got killed by it. And there's a person getting killed. And apparently the husband then saw the creature and killed it. So it's definitely a dangerous one. I would go with a run. Because if the only sighting of it is of it killing someone, you're screwed, aren't you? Or fuck around and find out, maybe. Oh, I guess we do still have 2 rows for fuck around and find out. Well, we'll move them around later. That's fine. I feel like maybe fuck around and find out. Like, it's still an animal. I wouldn't put like normal animals in run. Because run is like, it's literally chasing you and it's evil, right? Fuck around and find out is you kind of got yourself into this situation by getting into its territory or something like that. And this is El Coco. El Coco is a little story, bedtime rhyme from the Spanish-speaking world, which is sleep now, kid, or the coco will come and it will eat you. So it is something that eats children. I would go with run. And with run, I mean sleep. But you know. Lie down and cry, maybe, but lie down and cry is more like absolute existential threat. There's no way of getting out of there. Like kaiju or total world fractalization. In terms of run, it's like there's something you can do to get away with it. Or to get away from it, sorry. Okay, then we got... Oh, another folklore one. Let's do this one. Les Yavanderes. Can you get away from a coco? Yeah, by sleeping. Les Yavanderes is a story from Asturian folklore, where I come from. And it's about these washerwomen who will drown you if you don't help them, or you help them wrong. So if you ever see some washerwomen washing clothes in the middle of the night or in the middle of a strange river, don't approach them. So this is definitely fuck around and find out, because it's, if you don't know the rules, it'll get you. But if you know the rules, you're fine. Then another folklore, which is very similar to the last one I posted today, if you didn't see it. One we did yesterday, actually. This one is called El Pesadillo, and it's another one from my local folklore, Asturias. And it's this creature, sometimes a goat, sometimes a dog, sometimes a huge hand, that will press down on your chest as you sleep and make you lose your breath or have nightmares, night terrors, sleep paralysis, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of evil. You don't really have a lot to do against it because it does appear in your sleep. You can't get away from it. So maybe lie down and cry. Oh, that got cancelled. Try again. There we go. Yeah, we should use a laundromat for the next version of Les Lavanderes. An upside down face man, but that's a Trevor creature, so we haven't included those. Oh, then we're getting really close to today, so only a few left. Been going on for 3 hours. My god, that's a lot of recounting stories. Okay, next one is pupillosarcoma, which is has now surpassed the others as being the most popular post I've ever done anywhere. And it's this fake syndrome where instead of a cancer of, you know, growth of something else, it's a cancer of the pupil. So the pupil, which is a hole, starts growing and basically everything starts falling into this hole and disappearing. It starts with the eye, ends up taking over your face, and boom. Eventually, you disappear into it. So let's do the second image. I think it's the most representative. Also, if you signed up to the Patreon before today, the postcard you'll be getting is based on this pupillosarcoma, on this image. But if you sign up starting now, you'll get a different postcard. The one I'll make this month. I still don't know what it'll be. And I think this is definitely lie down and cry. What? Memes boy. Don't worry, it's Photoshop. It is definitely a lie down and cry situation. So, Memes boy, we are taking my creatures and Photoshop edits I've done over the years and putting them into a tier list. As we go, I'm explaining what each one is. The tier lists go from friend, friendly but mischievous, dangerous but can be befriended, inscrutable, then approach with caution, fuck around and find out, run, lie down and cry, and then the extra one, which is this one's dead boss, because I got a lot of dead creatures. Yeah, this one's lay down and cry, but you can't really cry even, so you just lay down and get absorbed into the pupillosarcoma. Then we're getting to the current ones, the ones from this month. They're kind of out of order, so I'll just kind of go with alphabetic order. This one is Creepy Crawlies, I call it. It's the last one I posted where I'm just like, oh god, it itches so much. That's the one. That's, if you saw this post and you're wondering, that is me, yes. We did it the other day, it was very fun. And this one is another one of lay down and cry situations. Like, you just get it and there's nothing you can do. You just, I guess, lay down and scratch. So, another one of those you can't really escape. You just kind of have to live with it. Or die with it. Tier list cryptid that forcefully turns everything into tier lists. Also, here's a much scarier version of this when the bugs finally pop out. Ah! Then let's go to the one we did yesterday, actually. We posted it today, so you might have seen this on Twitter recently. This is La Pesanta, and it's very similar to El Pesadillo. There's not a lot more to explain. It's like I guess the sister myth to El Pesadillo. So it will go in the same tier where we put the Pesadillo, which I think was Lie Down and Cry, because, well, I guess maybe not, because this one has a way of getting away from it, which is looking at it. If you look at this creature, it will escape. It doesn't like to be looked at. So Pesadillo is just like evil and will cause you nightmares. This one is evil and will cause you nightmares as well. But it doesn't like to be looked at and it will escape. So I guess maybe this one goes into Run while El Pesadillo goes into Lie Down. Oh, my sizes are all over the place. All these little squares are not really perfectly sized, but yeah. So I guess this one goes into Run, like El Coco, because you can't. Like El Coco, you have to sleep, so it doesn't get you. La Pesanta, you have to wake up, so it doesn't get you. But both can be escaped from. We have this one, but again, it's not my original character. It's Lilith from Ocean Man. So we'll kind of skip it. Let's do the Surgery Ghost. This one, Blind Anna. This one, if you missed it, was another one of the commissions we did recently. The original, like the concept of it was taking this AI image here and making a creature out of it. So we took it and we put it, for some reason, like we ended up going to, like, you know, a hospital for a theme, and we put it in a kind of patient's gown, you know, with a blind eyes, and looking at the patient about to fall asleep. And we made it into this kind of Bloody Mary-like urban legend where you can see it right as you fall asleep. Backrooms is definitely not created by King Pixels, Memes Boy. Backrooms is way older than that. It was created in a 4chan post, like I want to say early 2010s. So it's definitely more than 10 years old, or around 10 years old. It just kind of became a huge thing recently. I like the Kane Pixels series. I think it's very well done. But I think my favorite will always be the original Backrooms post. It's simple and it's effective and it's to the point. Where when you start introducing a lot of lore, it kind of loses me. Yeah, when you start introducing like levels and stuff, definitely loses me there. Okay, where do we put the Surgery Ghost? I guess you lie down and cry, like you have no option. You're under anesthesia. You can't escape it if it chooses to attack you. Because it attacks you while you are sleeping under medical influence. So, again, lie down and cry for this one. And then, we got a friend. This is another one of the commissions we did recently for Zane, at Voices by Zane on Twitter. Definitely go follow him. Fantastic guy. Great voice actor. And we did a were-possum for him. He loves possums and the kind of the Appalachian history and region. So we kind of integrated all of those into this little character. His name is Jethro, and he is a were-possum. He's chill. He's okay with the workers. They all know him. Like, it's fine. He's fine with them. They're fine with him. He just goes around. It sticks. But if you are a union buster or lawman, he will attack you. So he probably has some bad memories from before he turned into the were-possum. Backrooms was not internet famous in 2013. It definitely was. I think it's older than 2013. Backrooms was like, it's been pretty well known for many years. The original 4chan post. It only like really blew up lately. Took a picture of me. Well, you shouldn't have posed for the camera. He busts union busters, exactly. I think, no, not dangerous but can be befriended. I think either 100% friend or friendly but mischievous. But he's only like mischief is attacking like union busters, which is an objectively good thing. So I think he's 100% friend. Big ally. Then what else do we have? We have the Mantelope again. That's from an established universe, so I'm not going to include it. Then we have Mushroom Lady 2. This is a sequel to Mycelium Infection. This one is. Oh, hold on. I should put it here. Get a square close up. This is a living version of that skull, essentially. So it doesn't go into this one's dead boss. Rip ass guy forever clapping in our house. Mushroom Lady, I mean, we're not talking about the lady herself, we're talking about the infection. Kind of like oh, teach me a word in Spanish. Did we do mushroom? Mushroom is seta. Or champignon. Seta is like the mushroom itself. Champignon is when you eat it. It's kind of like, you know, like meat is called differently, like pig and pork. At least in Spain. I know in other Spanish-speaking areas, it's different. I mean, in her case, it's chronic and it has reached equilibrium. So... that's a tough one. Ass guy in Spanish? I guess it would be el tío del culo. Chronic illness flaring up. Gotta go to bed. Okay, Chaos, you have a good night. Thanks for coming, for chatting. It's good to have you here. Hope it clears up soon. Or culon, if you just want one word, yeah. I like culon. Okay, I think this one is lie down and cry if we're talking about the infections in general. If we're talking about just her, possibly approach with caution. Because she's kind of in a chronic stage. It's not like releasing spores, but you should still be cautious, probably. I would be. Then we're still on the recent ones. This one here is the Nidhogg. The Nidhogg is kaiju, but it's not your typical kaiju. It's a kaiju that in this world is a normal thing. This is people watching the kaiju emerge like every year in the spring. This huge, enormous thing will just pop out from the ground, make it a huge explosion, and then go into the water and disappear. And in the autumn, the same creature will appear back in the place where it was born and will die. It will just straight up die, decompose. Its decomposing matter seeps down into the ground of the beach, and there it recomposes, and the next year, boom, it pops back up again in a slightly different form. So it just kind of like reforms like a phoenix year after year. In this world, it has become a normal occurrence. So people go watch it, they know when it's going to happen, they make it a little festivity. It happens in Iceland every year, and it's called the Nidhogg because Norse mythology. Descansa en paz, tío culón. Exactly. Yes, in the mythology, Nidhogg is a dragon that feeds into the roots of the world tree. but we just kind of stole that name. We swiped it for a kaiju because I like using mythological names for creatures and kaijus. It's fun. Recomposing is a great term. It is. It's a fun word. So this is a Nidhogg is a kaiju that doesn't really pose any danger to the people of this world because they know when to expect it. They know to, you know, watch it from a safe distance, etc. So it is kind of the safest kaiju you can possibly get. So I would call this one approach with caution, maybe? What do you guys think? I think let's I don't know if I should extend this to the side. Yeah, we'll do that because it's faster than moving all the rows. We'll kind of keep going to the side, except for fuck around and find out because that row is already really large. So we just, oh, what did I do? Hold on, there we go. Nearly broke my Photoshop a little bit. That's fine. Okay. Back to the Nidhogg. Approach with caution. There we go. We're getting close to the end now. We just have two more. One of them is... I don't know if we should include these. These are the found footage pride flags we've done. So for little explanation of the background, in case you missed it when I first explained it. Sometimes I get DMs from people that tell me, hey, I got this creepy picture. In case you want to do something scary with it, you can have it. So I get this DM, and at first I'm like, yeah, okay, sounds good. Then I noticed that the profile of this person here, so it says LGB Alliance, which is a TERF organization. If you don't know, TERFs are trans exclusionary radical feminists, which is essentially people who call themselves feminists but hate trans people. So I checked their profile, it was full of just really hateful shit. So I decided to mess with them a little bit. So they sent me this picture of some pretty regular woods. I decided, let's make something creepy with it and add a trans flag. Something is creepy especially for you. Said her this, she was angry at me, and I don't know, it was a fun little moment. And this year I decided to do a bunch of other found footage pride flags. So here we have a few. This is the asexual flag, Killian, aero-ace, bi, gender fluid, intersex, lesbian, and non-binary, and pansexual. So we'll just choose one to represent the rest. I think we'll choose the original, the OG, which is called transscary.jpg, which is a funny name. So that's definitely a friend. They're allies scaring the transphobes. Or the phobes in general. So that's 100% friend. And then we have one that's maybe a bit too scary for this tier list. It's our guy. It's the TBH. This little guy, just a funny little creature. And here's a fun little story. The other stream, you guys mentioned the original creator of TBH, and you guys gave me their Twitter accounts. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna send it to them, and they really liked it. They were really happy with it. So yes, this is approved by the creator of TBH. So I don't know. This is either run or lie down and cry. Definitely, right? Where would we put this? We need to find an official place. I'll leave it to audience vote. Don't say friend. This thing could completely destroy you. It's not a friend. You should be afraid. Where do we contain this horrible little creature? This hellspawn. You cannot run. Let me run a poll. Yes, run a poll. It's alright if you remember how to do that. I never know. I can't do it from my side if you don't know. There is a horrible creature behind her visage. Yes, it is. Not to be messed with for sure. How can you say 100% friend? Have you been tricked by it? Not be tricked by its appearance. It's a horrible, dangerous creature. Yes, okay, you guys have a poll right now in the over the chat, so go ahead and get your votes in. You got 1 minute. 1 minute to reply. So if you can't see the poll, I think for everybody it should be over the chat. You should see a drop down. You click on it and you'll see the options, which are run, lie down and cry, or somewhere else. Elaborate. A whole new tier for another creature. Lay down and cry or be evaporated. Awful little thing. Okay, the poll is on and the winner is lie down and cry. So I guess there is no running away. There's only one option. It's to give up. The TBH creature shows no mercy. Will not let you escape. It can only lie down and cry. You want to give it a hug? I'm sorry, Silver Witch, but you will be the first victim. Of this horrible creature. Okay, I don't know if I missed any. I kind of went over all my edits from the first one I've ever done to the last one, while removing a few that don't really fit, like can't really be classed, or that where the creature kind of belongs to someone else and it's not really like my design, or I didn't really add to the design if I made it. I think that more or less covers most of them. Some of them are grouped together, so when they're similar, like similar ones around the same creature, around the same theme, we've kind of smushed them together so there's not too many. Is your hellish pet now? No, you will not stand a chance, I am afraid. Everyone salute Silver Witch. It's been a pleasure. Okay, then I think that covers our tier list. We can still move things around if needed, but let's give them a look. So in the 100% friend category, whatever, we have tier. Let's just say tier. We have the man that ran next to your car when you were a child. We have the Fresno Nightcrawlers. We have Mock, the mountain creature caught running behind Google car. We have the Angels of Mon, which are just helpful little guys. We have the poor, sad Raven. We have Terry the Meat Planets, absolute friend. We have Chorb, the chicken orb, like absolute little guy, wonderful. We have the Worm off the String. just a silly little fella. Fantastic. We have the collectors, the trash collecting cryptids. We have the were-possum, Jethro. Great little guy. He'll fight the taxman, so good help to have. And we have the trans flag, which is a creature, I guess. In Friendly but Mischievous, we have Santa as a found footage creature, or our take on Santa. He'll break all his bones to get into your house, so don't mess with him. It's mischievous, but ultimately he'll give you gifts. We have the Loveland Frogman, who goes around with a wand and causes mischief. Robert? I think it might have been Robert. Yeah, something like that. We have Milkblood, the dancing creature, but he'll compel other people to dance and will cause like dancing manias. So we have this horrible little creature that I'm not even gonna name. We have Bat Baby. He's mischievous as in, you know, the same way babies are mischievous. They'll just cause general mayhem. We have Googliel. Praise. Completely inscrutable force, but generally like a favorable to mischief, especially when it comes to putting googly eyes in places where they shouldn't be. Tuna sandwich, eldritch creature? What's that? Then we have Jenny Hanover. We don't really know a lot about Jenny, but we know that they have possibly some human-like intelligence and are just little devilish creatures. Then we have dangerous but can be befriended. We have a couple megalomorpha in here, and they're dangerous in the way that then just befriendable in the way that they'll kind of like collect you or kind of wash your brain and make you do their bidding, but they're not like actively dangerous. And then we have goblins. Goblins are kind of a pest in this world, and they'll get into your attic and they'll just start stealing things, do general mischief, but can in the occasion be taken as a pet. Oh, Dave, I think we might have skipped over that one, but we would definitely go in Friend for sure. In Inscrutable, for some reason Inscrutable here doesn't, I thought it was kind of broken up like this, but let's just do it real quick. Inscrutable. Okay, here we have the Hat Man, which you see when you're high on Benadryl, apparently. Then we have the Megalomorph scene in the forest. We don't really know a lot about it, just a couple pictures, so impossible to gather its intentions. We have the Pukwaske floaters, which are the souls of dead people trapped under the ice of a lake that sometimes float up. Then we have Mothman. Mothman is inscrutable. We don't really know if it's helping or if it's harming or if it's causing disasters. We don't know if it's warning or not. It's hard to know, so inscrutable. Then we have the California Dark Watchers, which again are inscrutable. We don't really know their intentions, they just watch. We have aliens. This alien came down to Earth and crashed and died, and thus we don't know what it really wanted. We just know that it crashed. We don't know if its intentions were good or bad. But the government covered it up, so we don't know. Then we have the Artificial Salvation Test. This is a test where they tried to send people into heaven and it failed, but only worked partially. So it sent people, like half of someone's face, into another dimension, which might or might not be heaven. We don't know, it's unclear, so inscrutable. And we have the meeple. They're not really people, they're folks from this chat that I've edited into weird people that are all scrambled up, that have no eyes or too many eyes or all sorts of other things. We don't really know what they want, they're just meeple. That one's dead, boss. Oh yeah, that's dead, that's it. Yep, you're completely right. We missed this one into the dead category or dead tier when we made it. So there we go. Then we have the cat god here, who's inscrutable. We don't know its intentions, we just know it was summoned into this earth by cats, and thus it has to do their bidding. Then we get to approach with caution tier. Here we have a couple more megalomorpha, which aren't really harmful directly, but they can cause harm. Like this one can break out of its cocoon at any moment. It actually happens during the story. This one brainwashes people. This one we don't really know, but caution. This one again brainwashed people back in the past. This one again brainwashed someone. So it'll brainwash you. It doesn't cause you any physical harm unless it convinces you to harm yourself in any way. Then we got Tombstone Teeth. It's in the caution section because it's a fake syndrome that we made up. It's not really harmful, it just looks weird, and you can get a tooth infected, and then it'll mess up a whole row of teeth instead of just one. So it is more risk than having normal teeth, but not inherently a bad thing. Ball of antlers enslaved by cats, exactly. Wait, the souls of dead people under the eyes are also dead? Yeah, but they're ghosts. So they're dead, but they do have some like agency. They move around, so fair, close enough to being alive. Oh, this one goes into dead. You missed another one. You missed another one, boss. Put it in the dead bin. So let's actually, hold on, let me move this one closer, so there we go. Okay. So here we have the crystals growing out of the eyes. Again, not the worst possible syndrome to have. It won't kill you, it's just icky. So you can take care of it, you can get an operation, you can live with it. So proceed with caution. Didn't realize they moved around, thought they were bodies. They're kind of like shadows, it's what I imagined, like reflections in the eyes. But it's kind of hard to say, could be bodies. Anyway, the kaiju, the Nidhogg, which is a kaiju that dies and is reborn every year. It's not actively dangerous in this world, like people are used to living with it. Then we have the lure-tailed viper, which will make the sounds of a baby, shake around a little baby-shaped lure, and when you get close to it, it will eat you. So it's a human mimicking animal that exists especially to hunt humans. I think this might be fuck around and find out, actually. Like, that's very dangerous. Like, don't fuck around with this thing. Okay, then we got the Lamp King, which is a character that appears in dreams and will point you to your death in the dream every time. Then we have this lady called Elizabeth that has a mycelium infection, but it's kind of stabilized, so it's a chronic infection for her. Then we have Fuck Around and Find Out tier, which includes every creature where you shouldn't really be messing with them. Like, just give them a wide berth. This is just the Angel and Ophanim. We don't really know. It's kind of, it falls between here and Inscrutable. Then we have the Hellkite. The Hellkite is essentially just a dangerous animal. Grand Ellie. Okay, so this is just as dangerous as a dangerous animal. Just fuck around and find out. Same with the Lamia here. Fuck around, find out. This is a Tyriax hook. It's from the mythology of Greenland. It's kind of a shadow person, close to the Dark Watchers. I'm getting so many names in my head that they're gonna start getting mixed up real soon. But they're more dangerous, like they can actually cause harm. And then we got La Bestia, which is a procession of the dead where they'll go get you when you die, but you shouldn't mess with them because you can get trapped in the procession and then you have to march with them until you basically die of hunger or trick someone else. Then there's this statue, a living statue thing from a story I did with Dude. Kind of dangerous, don't mess around with it. We have the lycanthropes from the Lycanthrope series. Like, fuck around and find out, because they're the people in power. They're the kings and lords, and you shouldn't mess with that because they might choose you as their next meal. Then we have the last trick-or-treaters, which are a slasher. All 4 of them. They'll kill you and wear your skin as a Halloween costume. So you just have to not answer their knock on the door. They'll knock on the door way past the usual trick-or-treating time. So if you hear that, don't answer, because they might get you. Then we got the human DNA experiments that turn a person into a clam. Fuck around, find out. Don't sign up for experiments like that. Simple as. Then we get the Dawerhu, which is a otter-like creature that is very dangerous, territorial. Again, dangerous animal, fuck around, find out. And the Yavanderes, from the mythology of Asturias, a group of washerwomen that will ask you to help them clean their bloody clothes. And if you refuse or do it wrong, they will drown you in the river. Then we have the Kola super deep borehole that, they drilled into hell and souls escaped. So yeah, they fucked around, they found out. Guess you could say he's climbing up. Then we got the Impossible House, which is a house that was kind of cursed by a failed spiritism session. So they tried to summon a dead person and they instead ended up haunting or cursing the entire house into becoming this eldritch thing. Then we got Krampus. Krampus is, of course, the creature from folklore that will punish children if they've been bad that year. Instead of getting a gift from St. Nicholas, they will get punished by Krampus. Then we got the Megalomorpha from the Church, Norway, 1953, which convinces an entire church to basically become their, livestock and servants, and they start worshipping like a god. So, yeah, definitely dangerous in the way that, it can convince a bunch of people to go after you if you mess around with it. So fuck around, find out. And finally, in fuck around and find out, we got the Lure-tail Viper, which we already mentioned before. Whew, we're getting through it. Also, Greg, never forgotten. I love all the Greg lore that's been going on in chat, by the way. I've been reading. Then we got the Run tier. In the Run tier, we got the Megalomorpha that's shaped like a wasp. Just because of the fact that it's a wasp and that its only representation of it killing an animal. Maybe run from this one. This one might be more actively dangerous. And then we got the Megalomorpha that is found underwater in the Soviet Union. It's protecting its clutch of eggs, so run. Then we got the Striga, this mythological vampire-like creature. Really dangerous. Don't mess around with it, or no, don't even, just run. And I don't think I need to explain why you should run from this. Here is El Candaurco, another mythology creature from Galicia in northwestern Spain. It is a hellhound that will come from deep into the sea, drag itself and a bunch of chains behind him out of the water, go find someone who's about to die and drag them to hell with him. So definitely dangerous, but not dangerous in the way that you're helpless, because there are stories about people being smart and kind of tricking death And this happens with the Kandaruko as well. If you can trick it, you might not be chosen, and you might get away with it and live. Kirby looks so cute, Squeeze. Oh my god, Silver Witch is getting themselves killed in every situation. RIP. Here we have La Cosa Esa, a creature that feeds on anxiety and attacks, for example, students during final seasons. Leaving a paper trail, literally. So that's La Cosa Esa. Definitely a run situation. You find it, just run. Then we have the Killer Clown from the Clown Zone series, which was a very fun one. Yeah, that's just a very dangerous clown. It will eat you and tangle you up in a web. The spider-like clown. Then we have the Mimic Town. There's a fake city populated by fake people, fake buildings. There's nothing to do, nothing to eat. If you get trapped there, your only option is to run and get away until you find the real world again. And then in Run we got Mock, because zoom. Then we got El Coco. El Coco is another creature from Spanish folklore, which is known for their bedtime rhyme of sleep now, child, or the coco will come and it will eat you. So yeah, it is children that don't sleep. But if you sleep, you can get away from it. So that's why it's in the Run category, because it's not like you're helpless against it. And again, with not being helpless, you got La Pesanta, which is a creature that will stand atop you as you sleep, causing nightmares, sleep paralysis, shortness of breath. But if you wake up and look at it, it will escape. It doesn't want to be looked at. So just the fact that you can wake up and look at it to make it go away makes it a creature you can get away from, as much as it is dangerous. So you can run. Then we have Lie Down and Cry, which is when you can do nothing about it, you're essentially fucked. El Coco and La Pesanta killer combo. Yeah, you can't sleep, you can't wake up. If they teamed up, that would be the end of us all. Lie down and run. Lie down and cry. You can't do anything. You're fucked, and that includes the whole fractal series. So fractalization in general, it's a fractal kind of not a really good virus, but the idea of a fractal just spreading like a virus and eventually taking over everyone and everything and turning it into fractals. You have no real way of running away from it. It will destroy society as we know it. It's an apocalyptic situation, so lie down and cry is mostly what you can do. And you can cry a lot through fractal eyes. Then we got a kaiju called Humbaba. We see in its story, we only see it through what it did in the future through archaeology. So we see just the proof that it left, that it was here, and the dormant version. So as long as you don't wake up, you're fine, but once it's woken up, you got no recourse. It will stamp you, it'll stomp you down. Then, I don't think I need to explain why, after seeing this, your only option is to lay down and cry. Then we got another fake syndrome called calcium hyperproficiency, in which your bones start growing teeth. There's not a lot you can do. If you pull out the teeth, it'll hurt like hell. So there's no recourse here. You just lie down and cry and probably be in pain. People are fractalizing in chat. I'm sorry I caused this. Then we got this, I guess it's unnamed, this creature. I just call it the worm. And it's this worm that will literally just, when you are inside this building, it'll start squirming around, close off every possible exit, and just start contracting and contracting and occupying more and more and more space. Until eventually it suffocates you. It leaves no space in the inside of the building for you. You can pretty much not escape once you're there, and yeah, lie down and cry. Then another kaiju, again, just for the fact that it's a kaiju and it'll stomp down an entire city. Lie down and cry. And here we have kind of like La Pesanta here. Here is, except that it doesn't really escape when you wake up, or at least that's not an explicit part of its character. Although I did mention something like that in the story, that's not really something that is often explained. It is quite just a creature that'll stand atop you as you sleep, cause nightmares, etc. But there's no good way of getting rid of it. Then we got pupillosarcoma. Again, terrible illness to have. Your pupil will start growing and growing and growing and growing, and eventually take over your whole face, your whole body, and eventually you'll disappear. Because a pupil is not a thing, it's a lack of something. So it's essentially a hole growing in your body until there's no more of you. Then we got this recent picture of I call it the creepy crawlies. They really have no name. It's a take on a more literal take on formication. Don't confuse it with fornication. Formication, which is a type of hallucination which you believe there are bugs under your body, kind of crawling around. That's that, but in a more literal sense. Again, you can't do anything about it except lie down and maybe scratch instead of cry. You can cry as well. Then you got Blind Anna. This is a ghost or a demon or something that will attack you during anesthesia. So it'll just kind of invade your body through whatever opening the surgeons make while you're sleeping. You have no recourse. You're under anesthesia. You can only watch helplessly as she takes over. How to kill the bugs on your back? Just lay on your back? Yeah, can you imagine? That would hurt like hell. And the bugs would probably just go to the front. You just make them crawl elsewhere. And we have the worst of all creatures, the scariest, that's TBH. If you see it, you have no option, like you have no recourse, you will die. And then we have a final tier, which is this one's dead boss, and it's for all the dead creatures I've done. They don't have a special element of danger to them, so we can't really class them. They're dead. We have the dead mermaid, the dead Fiji mermaid, we have the dead megalomorpha, we have the crabman, and we have the dead mycelium infection, although we could class this one as lie down and cry if we consider the infection and not specifically this skull. We have the another dead megalomorpha, dead alien, rip, and the dead angel. And that is a look at most of the art pieces I've done since early 2020. That's been 4 hours. That's been you were promised a you were promised a tier list, and you got a tier list, but you also got a retrospective of all of my art for the entire time I've been doing horror. So that's just a little extra for you. So my voice is definitely a bit tired from so much speaking. I will save this. I'll send it to the Discord, so you guys got I might post it on Twitter as well. Why not? Let people give me their hot takes. I might clean it up a little bit, reorder them, etc. But that's not an interesting thing to show on stream. So that'll be the stream for now, y'all. Whew. Jesus, yeah, that was a W. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. That both the ones I got us there from, I think it was 20. Yeah, 20 gifted subs that you gave before. That's insane. Thank you so much. That's really cool. Definitely makes doing these little extra streams worth it. They're fun to do too. I like reminiscing a little bit. Let me put myself in camera mode, since the tier list is air. Beautiful. I'm gonna rest my voice a little. Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, I've been better than yesterday. My voice yesterday was pretty messed up to the point where I had to stop for a moment and just go clear my throat and get some cough drops and get some hot milk to kind of ease it. But yeah, today it's you can hear it. It's a little bit raspy, but it's fine. Mostly fine. I get all the emotes floating on me. Love that. I love the pumpkin. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, that it's a very annoying cough. I hope it finishes soon. But oh yeah, in terms of streams, tomorrow we have another stream, our regular Friday stream, and we will be doing the last of this batch of commissions. There's 3 more commissions. We'll see if we can make them all 3 in the same stream. Hopefully we can. The 3 of them are pet commissions. If you don't know, when I offer commissions, I have the regular found footage ones, which is the ones I've been showing you today, and then I got pet commissions, which is people send me pictures of their pets. Maybe they give me an idea or 2, but I essentially just do whatever and turn them into a creature, and I'll be doing all 3 of them tomorrow if possible. So yeah, we'll see if we can make it, and depending on how long it takes, because this usually I'm gonna try and make all 3 because they usually take a shorter time than my main edits, so they're usually fairly fast turnaround. So if we got some extra time, I will open commissions during the stream, and I will let you guys do a commission, like do pet commissions specifically. Let you guys send me your pets, and we'll turn them into monsters if anybody wants during the stream. We'll see how it goes. Otherwise, we might do that on Monday or also some extra stream. But we'll let the lurkers bite. But yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Again, tomorrow around the same hour. Yeah, I still don't have a specific schedule. I'm sticking to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but I still haven't set an hour. I'll probably do that for next week, so you guys know a more specific hour where it's gonna, like, for the starting time. Yeah, we'll try and I'll try and do around the same hour, or like half an hour difference with what I had in the past before I moved. So yeah, guys, it has been a blast, but I gotta rest my voice a little bit. Thank you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Have a good time zone, and